Shalom, dear friends. I'm glad to welcome you again to the Kyiv Jewish Forum, the fifth in a row and the second during the Russian-Ukrainian war. This year we have a special edition of the forum. It takes place right after the elections of the United States and is largely devoted to discussing how the results of these elections will impact Ukraine, Israel, and the world Jewry. The results of recent US elections were expected in Ukraine and Israel as much as in the United States. After all, it is the USA that now largely determines the outcome of the wars that our peoples are waging for their independence and the right to live in peace. I welcome the choice of the American people and I want to congratulate President Trump on his convincing victory. Ukrainians and Israelis have high hopes for the return of an administration that has previously demonstrated its determination to help both Ukraine and Israel. During Donald Trump's previous term, Ukraine began more actively receiving military support that latest helped to counter Russian aggression. For Israel, President Trump has done more than anyone else in the recent years. The historic Abraham Accords brought peace to the Middle East as close as possible to permanently reconcile Israel and the Arab world. The Hamas attack on October 7, 2023 crossed out of that. But now hope for peace has been revived. Apart from electing the president, the people of the United States also cast its votes for their representatives in the Congress. Let me congratulate the Republican Party for gaining majority in the Senate and keeping majority in the House of Representatives. I truly believe that bipartisan and bicameral unity in supporting Ukraine and Israel in their fight for independence and peace will remain. I think that our esteemed speakers will also talk today about the importance of maintaining and increasing American aid to Ukraine and Israel. We will also discuss the threat of growing antisemitism in diasporas and methods to combat it. And we will definitely pay attention to the importance of strengthening Jewish ties between Israel, the United States, and Ukraine. The discussions promise to be meaningful and interesting. I am sincerely grateful to all the esteemed speakers who joined Kyiv Jewish Forum 2024. I would like to thank the team of the Jewish Confederation of Ukraine, my Ukrainian team, and our partner, the Jerusalem Post, for organizing this international forum. Special thanks to our Ukrainian media partners Новое Время, RBC Ukraine, Обозреватель, Telegraph, and Inter. With their help, a large audience in Ukraine will become acquainted with the opinions of the Kyiv Jewish Forum speakers. I suggest we get the 5th Kyiv Jewish Forum started.
We're back and we're discussing Israel-U.S. relations after, as a result of the Trump incoming administration. With me here in the studio is Willem Deref, the CEO of the Conference of Presidents of Major Jewish Organizations.
Yes.
Is that right?
It's actually the Conference of Presidents of major American
Jewish Organizations.
So only one word off.
Only one word off. And Robert Zinger, the chairman of the Center of Jewish Impact, board member of CAM. How are you both doing?
Pleasure to be with you.
So Robert's in Tel Aviv. We're here in our DC studio. William, let's start a bit with, there's been a bunch of reports about, in the past few days, about the new administration and people who are slowly getting these new roles. Marco Rubio supposedly being Secretary of State, probably a good thing for Israel and the region. Elise Stefanik, ambassador to UN, and others that you can probably... Yeah,
Mike Waltz, who's a congressman from Florida, former Green Beret, Army hero, is being talked about for National Security Advisor. Lee Zeldin, who is a former Jewish Republican member of Congress, has been announced to be the head of our environmental agency. So it is, these early names are positive. And I'd sort of start by saying that the bond between the U.S. and Israel is incredibly strong. that as we speak, there are literally tens of thousands of American sailors and soldiers who are in the region, who were not there before October 7th, who are there to ensure that the region is safe for Israel, for the West. The support that the United States has provided as far as armaments, as far as moral support, and the like has been incredibly positive. Obviously, for all of your viewers, we know there have been a roller coaster of sorts, some ups, some downs, but I'd say that mostly they're ups. It is incredibly important during this transition period that transition is held smoothly, that this current administration, the Biden administration, is able to hand it off gently to the Trump administration. And the signs are by having...
It looks actually like it's better than the
so
previous.
So far, things seem really good. Both presidents, President Biden, President Trump, are supposed to meet today, Wednesday, for their first meeting, and that is certainly much better than the atmospherics were 4 years ago. And the appointment of these very much Washington regulars who are part of sort of the standard Republican troop is very positive for business as usual and calm in the transition, which is what we all want and need.
Yeah, definitely. So Robert, you're on the board of CAM, and you monitor, the organization monitors anti-Semitism and creates, I think, he does a fascinating job in creating, content and enabling this information to the public. In the past elections here, we've seen a bunch of I would say, accusations of anti-Semitism from both sides, people using anti-Semitic tropes, using the word Hitler a lot. Is this something that is different, than we've seen in the past?
No, it's absolutely different. Having spent 10 years in New York as the head of the Prime Minister's mission and as CEO of World Jewish Congress, I would never imagine that we will come to this situation in 2024. Next year we're commemorating the 80th anniversary since the end of the Second World War, and the usage of all this terminology that you just mentioned, and all these statements and what is happening on the streets in the United States, in Europe, and in different places worldwide is something that none of us would imagine will come back. I think that the current administration started dealing with these issues, also the Trump administration before, and I have no doubt that the new administration will take these things to a new level and will continue working towards really eliminating and mainly educating the public about the issue.
Right. As you mentioned, you worked for the Prime Minister's office for a number of years and in very strategic and sensitive roles. How do you see a change in this administration in the United States as opposed to the current one when it comes to Israel and when it comes to the Middle East?
I think that most of the Israelis are very optimistic, and I just saw last survey that about, which is especially important, about 90% about 90% of young Israelis believe that Trump administration will bring very positive change towards Israel. It's also important to remember that about almost 3% or even a little bit more of the Israeli population are holders of American passports. Mm-hmm. So it's
some of us voted, not all of us.
I know, but once again, if you look at how it was dealt with, I think that the feeling among the Israelis is that the next administration is going to be very positive towards Israel. I do want to emphasize what William said, that the bilateral support is of course critical, and the relations between the countries is the bond of the future and the security of the state of Israel.
Right. So William, so we heard obviously huge. I didn't hear that survey. I heard of surveys where obviously a majority support Israel, but support Israel. So a majority of Israelis support Trump, but I didn't realize it was so popular after the election. Right before the election, probably a bit lower. And I'm wondering, there's a lot of talk about people within the within the Republican Party speaking about this administration and saying, don't expect it to be Trump 2.0. It's not going to be the exact same thing. It's different people. It's a different agenda. There's been a number of years since then. Do you get that? You hear that, or do you kind of agree with that?
Certainly hear that. I think that the key is that personnel is policy, and we saw that during Trump 1.0 with Jared and Ivanka Kushner and Mike Pompeo and Ambassador Friedman and Jason Greenblatt and the whole conglomeration of amazingly focused pro-Israel patriots who were able to shape and move the administration policy in a direction, pushing back against detractors who were pushing a different direction, Rex Tillerson or the CIA director or others. So that constellation of people will probably not be precisely repeated. But as we said before, the folks who are being named now give me a lot of hope that the constellation of folks around President Trump will lead us to a Trump 2.0 that is as pro-Israel or beyond as Trump 1.0. Mm-hmm. But it's true that the facts on the ground are different. President Trump will not have to seek re-election. The situation in the region obviously is much hotter than it was 4 years ago, for better or for worse. The Iranians are, at this moment, apparently, trying to assassinate our president-elect. Mm-hmm. My guess is that probably doesn't do much for where Iran is in the president-elect's psyche. Yeah. So the facts on the ground are different. The people will be different. We know that this president is unique in how he makes decisions and how he acts. I don't think for sure that we know that this is...
I love how you diplomatically worded that.
And I love how you and Robert both smiled knowingly. Everybody smiled knowingly. So, how it plays out, we need to ensure as a pro-Israel community that we are providing the right information, that we're providing the right counsel. The Israeli government obviously needs to play this the right way, and Prime Minister Netanyahu, as of earlier this week, I saw reports that he's spoken 3 times to Trump since the election. Minister Ron Dermer was also reportedly in South Florida, seeing Trump and Kushner. So Israel needs to play this correctly. At this moment, it seems like they are. We all need to ensure that this administration is buttressed and has wind blowing its back to ensure that the U.S.-Israel relationship is front and center and that there's a pro-Israel agenda.
Okay. That's interesting. Robert, William kind of mentioned it, maybe partially, but there are, basically there is an extreme part of the Republican Party, people who are promoting more of a separatist ideology, who support the alt-right and, white supremacism. How do you see that in your capacity, and how much of an influence do you think they will have on the administration?
Now, first of all, I think that the relations and the working procedures between the major Jewish organizations in the United States, and especially Conference of Presidents, the JFNA, and the organizations of this kind, ADL, AGC, and the Combat Antisemitism movement, with the new administration are critical. The fact that CAN just published a report a week ago, according to which 3.5 million Americans have personally encountered antisemitism since October 7th. And about 1/3 of the American Jewish kids were exposed to anti-Semitic materials or events. And like 61% of American Jews reporting feeling less safe and less secure since October 7th. So there is a big job that needs to be done. I want to say that it didn't start yesterday, it won't start tomorrow. It started already months ago, and also the previous administration was deeply involved. But there is absolutely no doubt that this issue will need to be taken care of very seriously by the administration. I hope, by the way, that unlike it happened last 2 times, that the special envoy on anti-Semitism will be appointed very quickly in the new administration, not to create any gap in this, because the role that was played by Ilan Carr and Deborah Lipstadt was absolutely critical for American Jews and for Jewish people worldwide.
I think that's definitely interesting. When Trump was elected, there wasn't he didn't appoint immediately a liaison, a special envoy for for anti-Semitism, and then later on he did. He put Ilan Carr, our friend, in this role. So definitely that's important at the beginning, but also one thing that Trump did not have in the previous previous administration, William, is he didn't have a liaison to the Jewish community. Right?
Yeah, so there have been Jewish liaisons in the White House continuously since the Carter administration, so since the late 1970s, with the exception of the 4 years of the Trump administration. And what a Jewish liaison is someone who is sort of the central address of the White House for the Jewish community, for Jewish organizations and Jewish leaders like Robert and me, for Jewish donors who want to have a connection in, maybe even for Jewish journalists and Israeli journalists who want an inroad in that's someone who knows who you are as distinct from sort of the White House press office. And so having someone in that role has been important. The Trump administration did not have one. But the sort of joke was that the West Wing in the Trump administration was
so Jewish.
Yeah, exactly. The joke was they used to call it the West Bank because it was so Jewish. There were so many Jews from all the names we've talked about, Kushner and so forth, that there were a lot of contact points. So I believe that it is efficient and effective to have a Jewish liaison, someone who can serve as a traffic cop, someone who knows the difference between the various alphabet soups of our Jewish community and knows what our priorities are. And I'm hopeful that the Trump administration appoints one, but sometimes they're just a clerk. 24-year-old
it's usually
cop.
young.
But sometimes there's been a model in the George W. Bush administration. Dr. Tevi Troy, for instance, was a Jewish liaison. He was also the head of domestic policy. So he's someone who was in meetings with the White House chief of staff on a regular basis, who was part of these relationships.
Not a lower level,
and that helps. Even though they don't have as much time, the access they have is important. So there are different models. I would encourage them to do it, but it's
right. And I'll mention, I don't know if you want to respond to this or not, but in the previous Trump administration, the outreach was to specific Jewish organizations, and many Jewish organizations were not invited to, Hanukkah events, etc. And I think, it's important to invite those who are in the tent, right, who are in the broad or mainstream of the Jewish community.
So I absolutely endorse all the members of the Conference of Presidents being invited to events, including the upcoming White House Hanukkah party. Talk to the White House for tickets if you're interested. But I think it makes sense, though, that a politically conservative White House would be less focused on progressive Jewish organizations, and similarly, a more liberal progressive organization would be less focused on conservative organizations.
Right.
I think you could look at the number of invitations Peace Now received in the last Trump administration, and maybe the number of invitations that the ZOA received in the current Biden administration.
Yeah.
And there might have been some events on both sides where they're included, but basically they don't want to include people who they know are not in their tent.
Right.
And who can blame them? But they should speak and start off with a big tent, and I'm hopeful that this administration will certainly do that.
So even though this isn't our topic, I have a question just for you, Robert, as someone that knows Eastern Europe very well. How do you see the Trump administration with regard to Ukraine? Is that the same thing as Israel when it comes to foreign policy, or is that a totally different story?
I think it's a totally different story. A big part of the Ukrainian Jewry currently lives outside of Ukraine, being this in Germany, Austria, Hungary, Poland, or other places, and they're also really watching the elections in the United States to decide about their future steps, either to make Aliyah to Israel, to stay there, or to go back to Ukraine. No, but Ukraine story and the Israel story is completely different. Israel is a strategic partner, and so it doesn't deal with specific events, and I think it should remain this way, because it should be seen in this context. What's happening in Ukraine is happening in Ukraine, and it's completely separate.
Right, because there are people that say it should be bound together because it's a similar threat coming from a very specific, target, which is, Iran and Russia.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's coming from a similar threat. Israel has today diplomatic relations with Russia. There are over 500,000 Jews who live in Russia, and the situation is really very different.
Okay.
I would just jump in to say that the connection you've made, Zvika, with the Iranians is key here. And the Iranians are engaged in being a part of this axis that is
evil.
Of evil.
I love how Americans are dramatic.
We are. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
The second mention of George W. Bush here. And the Iranians are doing the same throughout the Middle East and throughout the region, while they're also threatening to kill and trying to kill our president-elect. Mm-hmm. And so seeing the nefarious and negative role that Iran is playing throughout the region is something that is apparent to everyone, and I'm hopeful that President-elect Trump will put his foot on the gas and move forward. And the signs are from the Biden administration as they wind down that they're also being more intensely focused on Iran. There have been some actions that the U.S. has been involved in with Iran-linked militias in Iraq. So I'm hopeful that Iran's role here will be more focused upon by the administration, and their actions in Ukraine obviously are against Western American interests as well.
100%. So kind of last topic, anti-Semitism. So when Trump was first elected, I think we spoke about this, every time there was a swastika in a Jewish cemetery, immediately, CNN would break, and in Israel as well, Channel 12 or whatever, would like breaking news, swastikas found and whatever, America, Trump's America, and now swastikas in cemeteries is not news, maybe news in like very local news outlets. What should we not only expect but demand from this from this new administration when it comes to college campuses? I spoke to Natan Sharansky for this broadcast, and he's on a tour of different college campuses around the U.S. and he said one thing that repeats itself every single place almost is the campus will say, we can't guarantee your security. If you want, you could study via Zoom or just don't identify as a Jew. So, William, what should we be demanding?
Well, on the climate, I think that CAM has actually done some excellent works showing that the horseshoe that we used to talk about with anti-Semitism is sort of more of a circle. Mm-hmm. That the Islamist, anti-Israel, anti-Semites are sharing information, tactics, and memes with the left-wing, squad-connected anti-Israel folks who are connecting it with and sharing memes and the like with the white nationalist, so-called right-wing, anti-Israel, anti-Semitic haters. It's all one vat of filth, and we need to focus on that filth. As it relates to the campus situation, the key here is enforcement. These universities all have rules. They have codes of conduct for students, for faculty, for visitors on campus, and they're not enforcing them. And when they do enforce them, the local police forces don't enforce. And when they do enforce, the local district attorneys don't charge. From top to bottom, they need to insist that the climate needs to change. And it's not sort of a whataboutism issue here, but if you thought it was any other group of people, and not just African Americans or LGBT, but if you said, in order to walk into this quad, you can't be left-handed, or you can't have red hair, we would be...
Or you can't be bald.
Or, God forbid, you can't be bald or losing your hair. Yeah. We all can't be like Robert. If Robert's the only one who gets to get in because he has a strong head of hair, we would all be yelling and screaming and society would be shocked. But because it's Jews, all of a sudden there's a different standard. Mm-hmm. And it's outrageous. And we need to insist, our political leaders need to insist, the U.S. Department of Education under President Trump needs to be much more forceful here. And I'm hopeful that there'll be a further movement in that direction.
Yeah, so Robert, same question.
First of all, I would like to echo William, but I would like to give it a broader perspective. Mm-hmm. What is happening today, FRA just published their study, and about 96% of European Jewry experienced anti-Semitism during the last year. The attitude of the American administration, current and the future, towards the global issue of antisemitism is going to be critical, especially in the years to come. So I think that when we are talking about this issue, what is happening on campuses, of course, is terrible. It's the same is happening on the campuses in Europe. And let's remember, it started there. It came now to the United States, but basically it started there. The phenomena is global. And in our mind, from the Israeli perspective, the United States should continue being and will and become a leader in fighting anti-Semitism worldwide, and not only in the United States.
Perfect. So thank you very much for being with us, Robert in Tel Aviv and William here in DC, soon to be in New York. Thank you for being with us, and hopefully next time we meet, we'll have better things to talk about.
Absolutely. Looking forward to celebrating next time.
Thank you. Okay, we're back with former Congressman Ted Deutsch, the CEO of the American Jewish Community, the AJC. Hey, Ted, how are you?
I'm doing well. Nice to be with you. Thanks, Vika.
So, it's a historic time. We're in historic times, whether here in America, in the U.S., in the Jewish community, and as obviously Israel. So I wanted to know about your thoughts about the relationship between these communities, and definitely ahead of the new administration. Where do you see this all going?
Well, the relationship, first, I think we start with the Jewish community.
Yeah.
The Jewish community at this moment in history after October 7th, I think recognizes the importance of unity more than ever. And that's the connection between Israel and diaspora, certainly, and the strong support from all across the United States and around the world for Israel, but also unity within diaspora Jewry. So I think the Jewish community is standing together. And as we look at Israel and Israel's place in the world, with a new administration, every new administration, there's an opportunity to take a look, determine where things stand at the moment, and then chart a positive course going forward. We always have that opportunity. This gives us that opportunity again. And in this case, it's with someone who served as president before. We know President Trump's record from his prior administration, and we look forward to building upon the Abraham Accords. We look forward to working with the Trump administration on strengthening Israel's place in the world and making sure that Israel is as strong as Israel can be in the face of this ongoing onslaught on 7 fronts.
100%. So in your opinion as a professional, what do you think has been going well in the relationship between Israel and the United States, and what needs fine-tuning or possibly improving?
Well, the most important thing for all of us to recall is that October 7th changed everything. And we've seen since October 7th, the United States is standing up for Israel. The new administration is going to double down on support for Israel. I am confident of that. But we've also seen this onslaught against Israel in international forums. We've seen the terrible, the outrageous cases brought against Israel, brought against the prime minister, treating the prime minister the same way that they treat the heads of terrorist organizations. Standing firm in the international arena and showing American leadership is what's really so critical going forward. And we've seen this rise in anti-Semitism around the world, witnessed most recently in Amsterdam just a few nights ago, and American leadership there too, whether it's around the world or on our college campuses, is critical.
So the AJC, it's interesting, it's a fascinating organization because you do Jewish diplomacy on behalf of the American Jewish community, sometimes on behalf of the Jewish world. So you're definitely meeting with high-level leaders from around the world. And I'm wondering what the voices you're hearing about Israel during these times, whether it with meeting with heads of countries or senior officials at the UN, etc.
Well, on the diplomatic front, we continue to engage leaders all around the world. We've seen this in the conversations that we've had in New York at the UN General Assembly, where we met with over 100 senior officials. And we've seen this in the direct meetings that we have with prime ministers and foreign ministers around the world. And the one thing that's clear is that what Israel is facing now is not just something that affects Israel. What we always try to make sure every country understands and urge them to speak out clearly to make this point is that Iran's goal is the destruction of Israel. That's why it's using its terror proxies the way that it is. But its goal further is domination of the region and beyond. It's Iran that's providing the killer drones to Russia to use against Ukraine. That's a point that we make with the Europeans all the time. It's Iran that continues to look for ways to disrupt global trade through the Houthis. Again, something that affects everyone around the world. That's a really important point that we make, and that the diplomats that we engage with understand, but that they really need to speak up about, even as so many others try to marginalize Israel and undermine Israel's place in the world.
So, Ted, as an Israeli, many times Israelis will vent about the fact that heads of different countries, heads of states, will speak about Israel in a positive way, definitely at the beginning of the war. But like after that, it kind of became a situation where, it's not as supportive, and feeling that we have lost their patience and that the world is no longer with us. So is that what you're hearing from these leaders?
Look, there are countries around the world that stand foursquare behind Israel, and we're grateful for that support. There are others who need to speak out more. Who sometimes, and I know, Tzviki, you can appreciate this. There are some who think that if they can point to that statement that they made on October 8th, that somehow they're permitted to take as unreasonable a line against Israel as they can, that they can call for Israel to take actions that would undermine Israel's defense, that they would suggest that Israel should stop a war before winning the war, that this is something that they would never, while they would never accept this for their own country, they impose against others. In those cases, we remind them that the ongoing war that Israel faces on 7 fronts, waged by Iran directly and Iran's proxies, is a war that Israel is waging not just on behalf of itself and the global Jewish community, but ultimately on behalf of Western civilization.
So what can Israel be doing better on that front? Because, in my own opinion, Israel is definitely not doing a great job with the media. We have spokespeople, but most of them are wearing, our IDF uniform. I'm wondering, from your perspective, how can the Israeli government do a more effective job in the international arena on the sense of media?
Well, first, I think we have to recognize what Israel is up against, which is a massive disinformation campaign coming from state actors and coming from media outlets, some that range from being unsympathetic, to put it mildly, to those that are state-owned, and the Al Jazeera effect. And so it starts actually further behind. I think over the course of the war, the IDF spokespeople have actually gotten better at recognizing that the best thing to do is to simply talk about what Israel has been doing, what Israel has done to provide humanitarian assistance, what Israel has done to limit civilian casualties, all of the things that Israel is doing to both protect its own people and pointing out that
I agree with that, by the way. I think the IDF spokesperson's unit has actually been doing a tremendous job.
Yep.
I served there, and it wasn't that way when I served there. I wouldn't give it compliments a few years ago. I think they really stepped up. That said, they're wearing a uniform.
Listen, I think it would be helpful, just as the IDF officials tell us what's happening on a regular basis. It would be helpful for us to hear from other officials who are in Israel, who are engaged in the exactly the kinds of things that the world is suggesting Israel isn't doing in providing relief, in implementing massive vaccination efforts, in making sure that what's happening through this war is seen through the lens of the country that is working so hard to protect its own citizens and limit civilian casualties, the civilians who are put at risk by the terror groups who would only love to see more of their people slaughtered. I think that's important. I don't want to miss the opportunity, Svika. I mean, we've now been talking for a while. There are 101 hostages still being held, 7 Americans. And at AJC, since October 7th, we have done everything we can to give voice to the hostage families, to make sure that elected officials in Washington, around the U.S. and around the world continue to hear from those hostage families directly. The hostages need to come home, and the families' voices 100%. Need to continue to be heard.
So I'm wondering, as someone who's so deeply involved with the Jewish community, how you see the evolution of the Jewish community in the past year. There's a rise of anti-Semitism, situations we would never ever expect to see 2 to 3 years ago. So are there any trends that you're seeing within the Jewish community?
Well, what's changing for the better is that there are countless numbers of American Jews after October 7th who finally realized that our future and Israel's future are inextricably linked, that you can't take for granted that Israel is always going to be safe and secure and strong. What happened on October 7th affected all of us. And so there is a huge groundswell across America and around the world, frankly, but all across America of Jewish community members who have stood up and said, I may have been involved in lots of other organizations outside of the Jewish community, but right now I need to focus on our own community and on Israel. And that benefits the American Jewish community. And what we at AJC hope as well is that our Israeli brothers and sisters see that support, feel that support, and understand the kind of advocacy that we're doing across our 25 offices in the US and 15 around the world, standing together as one Jewish community.
Right. So I was wondering, as a former member of Congress, you were a member of the Democratic Party. So I'm wondering if you have previous relationships with peers from your party, from the party you served as, and are in touch with them and speaking to them about Israel, about the squad, about the ideology, about how to educate them about what's really happening, because it's very difficult to follow an entire year of a war in a different country. So are you doing that with your colleagues?
Yeah, listen, this is not new for AJC. I'm now fortunate to run a fiercely nonpartisan organization. So our job is to advocate for Israel and the Jewish people as strongly as we can in every way we can.
Right.
So in Congress,
in Congress, all parties,
yeah.
100%. But I'm saying,
Yeah.
obviously, you have that personal connection with people that you served with. So
right. And here's what I've told them. Here's what I've told some of my Democratic colleagues. When I spoke on the House floor after one of my colleagues slandered Israel, started invoking some of the anti-Israel tropes, anti-Zionist tropes that we now hear regularly in these protests around the country, the response was very strong. People were glad that I spoke out. What I've encouraged my former colleagues to do is to speak out every time any member of the House of Representatives stands and takes a position that is not just anti-Israel, but that is so virulently anti-Israel and that is laced with anti-Zionism, and call them out for singling out the one Jewish state in the world and saying that state doesn't have a right to exist. Unless we stand together and call out that kind of language, then we'll see only more of it on our college campuses, more of it at protests. And we don't have to ask anymore, Tzvika, what globalize the Intifada means. One only needs to look at what just happened in Amsterdam to understand that further. That kind of language should not be acceptable when it comes from anyone, least of all the mouths of members of the United States House of Representatives. I should say most of all. We should never accept that kind of language.
100%. So Ted Deutsch, thank you so much for what you do for the Jewish people, what you do for Israel. And let's hope the next time we meet will be about some positive developments and the returning of the hostages, as you mentioned. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Chika. Look forward to seeing you again soon.
Shalom to Knesset member Yuli Edelstein, head of the Security Committee in the Knesset. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So, it's interesting times, and, and the Kyiv Jewish Forum focuses on, on Ukraine, on Israel, and on the U.S. And I think, there's many issues that are related to each other. So maybe we'll start a bit with your initial approach to the conflict, to the war between Russia and Ukraine. From the beginning, you have been very staunch, very staunch against, the Russian aggression, and you were speaking out, on behalf of Israel against this. So happy to hear if anything has changed in the past few years of this war.
I think that my views just became stronger because my approach kind of has been confirmed by reality. What I mean is that I, as you rightly mentioned from the very beginning, condemned the Russian aggression against Ukraine. I thought it was a terrible breach of all the international norms. And I thought that it was our best interest to cooperate with Ukraine. What developed in the meanwhile, what happened in the meanwhile, as we all know, was close cooperation between our worst enemy, meaning Iran, the Iranian regime, and Russia. And now, I have to tell you as a kind of a sad anecdote that about a year and a half ago, when myself and my colleague Zev Elkin were visiting Kyiv and had a number of very interesting and important meetings there, including with the president and the defense minister. The defense minister actually suggested that we visit a certain facility of the Ukrainian intelligence to see the drones that they managed to bring down. And when I got there, I said, as I mentioned, with a sad smile, I said, oh, well, it was a waste of time. I know these things from my committee, because those were exactly the Iranian drones that Iran has been using against us for the last couple of years. So I think that the cooperation between Russia and Iran is something that we always have to keep in mind. And this is, as I've said, this is an additional proof to my initial position.
It's becoming more relevant every day. Even, sometimes it may be the same drones attacking Israel and attacking Ukraine. So I think it's kind of very, I think you were definitely right at the beginning. So another similarity between Israel and Ukraine is the categorical position on the inaction of international organizations, just like in the UN. And often, Israel and Ukraine will cooperate on these issues regarding terrorists and aggressors. So do you think Israel and Ukraine could actually act more than we are up until now when it comes to international organizations?
Well, I think that the Ukrainian leadership, Ukraine, has done a pretty good job, because I personally represented Israel, was heading the Israeli delegation to the International Forum in Switzerland several months ago. And I do have to say that I said to myself, I wish Israel could get that kind of express of solidarity and, leaders, heads of states, heads of governments from all over the world. So I think that Ukraine is doing a pretty good job. And I was much more pessimistic in the beginning about the attitude of the international community. I have to admit that I thought that this kind of a overwhelming support would last for weeks, in the best case of months, but it's been lasting already for 2.5 years. I mean, I'm not happy that the war is lasting for so long, but at least the international community is still there, and I hope that it will at least bring the solution closer. Right now, I'm not sure that any of us can give a very positive way out of the conflict, a positive solution. It's quite obvious that Ukraine can't agree to all the territorial concessions, and on the other hand, we don't see any Russian desire to finish the conflict by withdrawing from Ukrainian territory. So it doesn't look very promising. But I sincerely hope that this long-standing support of the international community will play its part.
Okay. So Ukraine doesn't have, or according to reports, doesn't have nuclear facilities and nuclear weapons. So Israel also allegedly doesn't have any nuclear weapons. Or as Golda Meir, once said, we don't have them, but we'll use them if they're necessary. Do you think that Ukraine should tactically be a member of the nuclear club?
Well, I'm not in the position to give advice to the Ukrainian government, Ukrainian leadership. I think it's their decision. There are pros and cons in this thing, but one thing is absolutely obvious, that what we can learn as Israel from the conflict, the war on the Ukrainian soil, is the fact that when one of the sides is in possession of nuclear weapons, it definitely makes the position of all the countries supporting the other side, shall I say, more cautious. Mm-hmm. And this is something we have to learn about the obvious and the open desire of the Iranian regime to get to the nuclear weapons. Unfortunately, they're dangerously close. And I'm saying that not just to our Jewish friends in Ukraine, but to the American leadership and European leadership. One day it may be too late.
Right. So you spoke of the American leadership. So former President Trump won the election dramatically, and will be heading to the White House in a few months from now. So how will this, in your opinion, because both Trump and his running mate, J.D. Vance, spoke of issues regarding foreign policy, Middle East, but also Ukraine, I think, in the sense of, J.D. Vance was very American first focused, meaning not intervening or giving money, to the Ukrainian government or the Ukrainian army, as well as Israel, possibly. Also saying how the U.S. wouldn't necessarily attack in Iran. Obviously, he was a running mate for vice president. He doesn't make those decisions, but the president-elect, Donald Trump, picked him. So, where do you think we're going?
Well, I have to say, we know President Trump. I know him personally, and we know him as a state of Israel. And I won't surprise you if I would say that he has a very positive record as far as the American policy towards Israel is concerned. I can remind you of the American embassy that was moved to Jerusalem, the recognition of our sovereignty over Golan Heights, and other moves that were definitely
Abraham Accords.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't know. I don't have the privilege of knowing the vice president. I hope that he will definitely be part of the decision-making process in the new administration, and that this whole decision-making process will lead the American administration to the very obvious conclusion that if they want presence in the Middle East and if they want to be influential in this area, Israel is their best partner and best ally here. That's obvious, but sometimes we have to remind ourselves of obvious things too. The second point would be, I know the approach of that you referred to as America first, or some call it isolationist policy. And I think that it's very important to mention that the ability of America to produce many things and be economic superpower, to a very big extent, it depends on its standing around the world, because things that are being manufactured, produced in America are not necessarily heading to the American market. It's the world market with all the competition. And the moment many countries around the world will realize that America is not with them, is not there for them, or whatever, then definitely, especially, let's say, in Asia and other areas, they would start looking in other directions. And the directions might be China or other countries that would be willing to be there and to export and to offer and to invest.
But what about Ukraine? Let's speak about Ukraine for a second. So
I think that my long probably and general example leads me to the conclusion that I think that the American administration, I don't think that it's in their interest to say that we are not interested in the conflict in Ukraine anymore. I'm not, once again, part of that administration or their advisor, even not an American citizen. So it will be for them to take the decisions. But I think it would be wise to think twice about the American policy in that region, because the message that America doesn't want to get involved and the others can do whatever they want is not a very positive message for America first.
Okay, so you were originally from Ukraine. You were born in Chernivtsi. Did I say it correctly?
Chernovitz,
right? Okay. It's the English spelling. In Hebrew, I would definitely get it. So I assume you, I mean, it's difficult, here we've been in Israel at a war for more than a year, but in Ukraine, we're talking about a lot longer. So how often do you are you like a diaspora Jew in that sense, that they follow the news in Israel? Are you following it on a daily basis, or how does it work?
No, I would say that, by the way, I was sometimes even, angry when some people, my colleagues here, when we would have arguments about what's going on in Ukraine, they would say, oh, yeah, we understand you were born in Ukraine. And I would always stress that I'm an Israeli elected official, and I left the Soviet Union, the then Soviet Union, many years ago. And I'm not speaking as once again, as what you called something parallel to diaspora Jew. I'm not talking about my motherland. I have friends in the Ukraine. I have colleagues and counterparts in the Ukraine. But my position on Ukraine is defined by what I see as the top Israeli interest, as I've said, mutual enemies, and the international, the way I see the international map. And I think that we all have some sentiments towards places where we're born in, and definitely Chernovitz is something that I always fondly remember. But once again, we have to understand that it's not about emotions. It's about
100%.
Analyzing the international situation and thinking, that's at least what I think, that it's in the best interest of Israel and Ukraine to cooperate.
So Knesset member Yuli Edelstein, former Speaker of the Knesset, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Shalom, Natan Sharansky, how are you?
Shalom, Tzvika. It's great to talk to you while traveling in America.
Yeah. So, we just we heard the results. This is a recorded interview, basically. So Donald Trump wins the election. And I'm wondering, from your perspective, how this affects both Israel and the United States relations, but also when it comes to Ukraine and the war going on there, how this may have some sort of effect.
Yeah. Well, look, the common wisdom is that elections of Trump can be good for Israel and bad for Ukraine. But first of all, I always thought that it's not exactly the situation. And I saw that in the last weeks, my Ukrainian friends and the leaders of Ukraine also are changing their opinion. And I'll tell you why. Well, it's true that Republican government always would like to limit or to, spending of the money abroad. And that's why one can think theoretically they should be much less enthusiastic about spending a lot of money for the weapons in Ukraine. But on the other hand, it is very important for the world when American president is strong. And I want to remind you that Ukraine was invaded. First of all, Crimea was invaded after President Obama showed his weakness in Syria. And even Americans agree that that was the case. And second time, Putin went with big aggression to Ukraine after President Biden showed his weakness in Afghanistan. And I know for sure that that was one of the arguments when it was discussed in Russia, that now Americans will not be involved in any wars. So the fact that the weakness of American presidents is encouraging the enemies of freedom, that's proved fact. From this point, I think there is better chance that now Putin will be ready for serious negotiations with Ukraine in case if Ukraine will be pushing these negotiations. So I think there is more chance for stability in the areas of the conflict. And no doubt what Israel, with the record of Trump during his first leadership, with all the problems which Trump's presidency brought, it brought some very powerful historical decisions in favor of Israel. And now when we need support of America in the most difficult and long-lasting war in our history, definitely it will be an important fact.
But I mean, there are, definitely different reports and analysts who would say that that President Trump is close with Putin, so maybe that wouldn't be good for Ukraine. I mean, it sounds like you disagree with that assumption. And you're pretty much saying a strong American president,
I would say that objective factors are more important, and we saw that the moment America looked as a weak one, it's encouraging for aggressors, and for sure it's encouragement for Putin. We saw it in the past. So that's why I think that is more important factor than the fact that President Trump had some naive ideas that he can see things with Putin eye to eye. That's for sure.
Okay. So, and when it comes to Israel, so I mean, we've heard his rhetoric in the past, I would say a few months, definitely a few weeks, where it's not exactly the same thing we heard during his 4 years of presidency. Obviously, also appealing to the Muslim vote in America. He has not only a Jewish son-in-law, but also a Lebanese son-in-law. And and J.D. Vance speaking of not necessarily having America, attack in Iran, whether Israel being attacked. So it's a very American first type ideology in some sides of the campaign. Other sides are, the Republicans, like the pure Republicans, are very pro-Israel.
Well, again, there are two sides of it. First of all, we have the record of Trump's administration of Israel. And here we have to say it also a lot depends what kind of appointments President Trump will make. Who will be the ambassador to Israel? Who will be the foreign minister? Whether his son-in-law, Kushner, will be playing the same role as he was playing. I want to remind you that Abraham Accords, people who really played a very important role in it, were David Friedman, the ambassador here, Kushner, of course, Pompeo and Ron Dermer. So if the same players will be this time, it's good guarantee that we will go ahead for broadening Abraham Accords, including Saudi Arabia and so on. On the other hand, no doubt that President Trump and his administration will follow the policy of not spending too much money for foreign purposes. So it depends whether this money will be used effectively. So yes, it is very important that we will prove that money which are invested in our army are used well. And I think we have a good record about it.
Right. And just maybe one last question regarding, you're in America now, and you were chairman of the Jewish Agency, so you have all those years of connection with the American Jewish community. And I'm wondering, as someone who's so close, but also is you're an outsider, right, or a bystander, how you see the trends in the American Jewish community in the past year, because they've been very dramatic.
First of all, during this trip, as during my trips during the last 20 years, in each place where I come, I go to the campuses. I yesterday was with McGill University. Tomorrow I'll be with Berkeley. The day after tomorrow I'll be in UCLA. 20 years ago, I told to Ariel Sharon that is the most important battlefield, and I call it occupied territories. Then it was a metaphor. Today it is not a metaphor. It's really just yesterday I was listening.
I remember you going to campuses. I remember maybe with Michael Douglas after he won the Genesis.
Because
you also established the shlichim on campuses.
About 20 years ago, I started this program as the head of Jewish Agency. I developed it. At this moment, we have 100 Israeli shlichim on American campuses. And of course, I visit and watch. Just yesterday, we spoke to the students of McGill, and they were showing the pictures of vandalism, of hooliganism, of breaking dozens of windows and vehicles in the campus with often anti-Semitic attacks. And the administration is doing nothing. And the best what it's doing, they say to the Jewish students, you can continue your studies by Zoom. We will help you. Don't come to the campus because they are. Yeah, well, because they don't prohibit them, but they say we cannot guarantee. It's hooligans. What we can do
behind closed doors, though they won't say.
We will help you. You will pass exams by Zoom.
You're risking yourself by coming to campus.
And here it's also very important. What will be the position of the administration? In general, both administrations, both sides are against it, but it's not enough to be against. Washington has to start cutting the budgets of those universities which are not fighting against anti-Semitism. And no doubt that is one of the biggest concerns of American Jewry, what is happening with their children in universities. Let's hope that with the new administration, we will be able to cooperate on the more tough position of the administration on anti-Semitism on the campus.
Okay. So, Mr. Natan Sharansky, thank you so much for your time and being with us. I know it's late for you, so thank you so much, and let's hope for good news.
Yeah, let's hope for good news for Israel and for Ukraine. And it's important to understand that both wars are wars for the future of the free world, and that's why it is very important to succeed.
Even though I said it was last questions, I only realized when the drone attacks started becoming more serious, and I was speaking with someone from the Ukrainian administration, and I was saying, it's the same thing. We're fighting the same thing. They were Russian drones.
Look, Hezbollah has a lot of, and Hamas have a lot of Russian weapons, and Ukraine is attacked by Iranian drones, and there is real strategic cooperation between Russia and Iran. And I was working very hard to convince our leaders that we must have strategic cooperation in this war. I think now our leaders understand it, and I hope it's already is happening, and it will be deeper and deeper, because really of course, we have a very serious problems in the Middle East, and it's not the same that Ukrainian problems, but we are fighting the same axis of evil, and in both cases, it's what kind of the free world will be in future.
Right. So thank you very much, Mr. Sharansky, and we'll be in touch. We're now with Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S., Oksana Marakova. Did I say it okay?
Absolutely.
Mrs. Ambassador. Okay, so thank you for being with us in this special occasion, the Kyiv Jewish Forum, which is, you know, part of the Ukrainian culture, and you know, Jews have such a long history in Ukraine. So, Ambassador, maybe we should start from the beginning. From my perspective as an Israeli journalist, I've been covering the war from Ukraine from the first days, and I've been to Ukraine many times. But I was wondering if on October 7th, when the war in Israel broke out in 2023, did you see a change in the focus from Ukraine to Israel?
Thank you, and shalom to everyone.
Shalom.
October 7 is a horrible tragedy. And even though the support for the U.S., from the U.S. to Ukraine, whether public support or support from Congress, very strong bipartisan support from administration, did not change after that. If anything, actually, the horrible attack by another terrorist regime compared to the terrorist country regime or attack on Ukraine proves that we have to stay united and do more to stop terrorists everywhere. But of course, on the media, the attention was diverted. Mm-hmm. And understandably so. I mean, that was something that shocked the whole world. Ukraine keeps surprising the world the way we fight.
Yes.
Russians keep shocking the world with their atrocities, mm-hmm. but it has been already for some time that everyone was following the aggressive war of Russia against Ukraine. So the packages have been announced, the support has been provided, but of course Ukraine stopped being on the news 24/7. Right. And that was a challenge.
And that's it for Ukraine. I mean, I think, it's not necessarily a good thing. Sometimes people want there to be quiet so they could do an operation and the world won't notice. But I think from Ukraine's standpoint, Ukraine needs the Western world. Right.
It's important for us to share the information. It's important for all the democracies, and US, Ukraine, all our countries are democracies, for people to know what's going on. Because in order to be able to support Ukraine, people need to know and hear about it. But also people need to understand why it is important for the US to support Ukraine. Not just doing good thing for Ukrainians, but how this horrible attack from Russia is a threat to everyone who believe in the same values. So from that standpoint, of course, we need to be out there in the media as much as possible.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, dominating the media is something that is super important, definitely for Israel, and we feel like the world is moving on, unfortunately, and it's not always covering everything. And as you know, it's crazy. In Ukraine and in Israel, people are being killed, houses are being destroyed, but the world's not necessarily keeping their attention there. So you were actually stationed here before, just a bit before the war broke out in Ukraine. So where were you on that day? Like, what did you feel like? How did you react to it?
Yes, President appointed me in February, and I arrived here in April 2021. Mm-hmm. And almost right then, in April, May, if you remember, Russians started doing this so-called exercises, right, and moving the stuff to our border, and we have been.
And this is also before, obviously, there were the separatists, pro-Russia separatists, they used to be called, right, who were fighting, on the borders for many years,
Well, it was Russian invasion that started in 2014.
Then it was called pro-Russian separatists.
Russian called them that, but we knew
100%,
and we tried to explain to everyone that it's Russia who occupied Crimea and Donetsk, parts of Donetsk and Lugansk Oblast, and now they try to do it on the false pretext, a full-scale invasion. It was obvious to us. We have been working here tirelessly with our friends saying, let's do preventive sanctions, let's provide more weapons to Ukraine, let's do everything to deter Russia from this. But then, of course, despite of everything we did together, Russia attacked. I remember that night very well. I spoke at Salgrave Club on that night, again, rallying the support and explaining to people how important it is to deter Russia when I have received the call that I have to report back to the embassy. And on the one hand, we all knew after Russia attacked us the first time that that's what they want to do. We all knew that Russia's intent did not change. We all knew that they do not have any moral lines or compass to stop them, but we still kind of hope that all the information and everything that we did together to show that the world is going to be united, that Ukraine will not surrender, will give them, some information to say it's not going to be an easy walk and Kyiv is not going to fall in 3 days. Now, unfortunately, that didn't happen, and that has changed the lives of all Ukrainians on that very day. I mean, definitely for me and my family as well.
So I wanted to also ask the same question I asked you about the Ukrainian war on October 7th, 2023, when Israel was attacked brutally by Hamas. Where were you? What were you thinking? How do you react to such a crazy situation?
That day as well, I mean, to the detail. I was traveling, I was in New York, and on that day I spoke at Cypher Brief. Again, it was online, talking about the risks from the Russian invasion, and then suddenly this horrible attack happens, which we did not see since the Holocaust. I mean, it was horrible, striking, and again, for all of us, it just reinforced, that the evil has to be stopped. And by that time, we already knew that Iran and North Korea and other dictators are working with Russia. Russia is helping them. So that kind of was like, okay, we had to be more decisive with Russia, all of us, in order to prevent something horrible like this. And we have to unite and do together. And of course, the next day I called my colleague, the Jewish ambassador here. We started working together. We had, in October, I believe, the hearing at the Helsinki Commission on Iranian drones, because what was used against Israel, we have seen that used against us over and over again. And, that's
I
another...
only realized that, I only internalized that. It's easy to speak or hear when, a day after the Iranian attack on Israel a few months ago, with missiles and drones, and I spoke to an advisor of President Zelensky. And I said, it's interesting. It's the first time I actually internalized that we have the same threat. And the same drones have been sent at both of us, Iranian drones or Russian drones. But nobody, and he was telling me, I've been saying that for years, but nobody's been listening. And I didn't realize that until now. So, I think we definitely suffer from exact same ammunition created in the exact same place.
Even more so, the drones that Iran first started selling to Russia, and they were used against our civilians, our schools, our children, at the beginning, they have not been as effective. They were devastating, for civilians. They used their attacks in cooperation with Russia to improve them, to make these black drones, to make them less detectable. So it's either we all come together and actually stop the terrorists everywhere, or they help each other and they improve in order to kill peaceful people.
So I think it's interesting the fact that there's a majority of Jews around the world, definitely here in the US, and a majority of Israelis that support Ukraine. All the surveys showed that. But that said, the Israeli government is a bit different sometimes because of different diplomatic, security, or strategic situations, whether justified or not. But I remember at the beginning of the war, definitely the first month, the first year, there was such an amazing assistance of the Jewish organizations here in North America, mainly. They gave money to Ukrainians and Ukrainian Jews. It was overwhelming. We're talking about substantial Jewish funds, and obviously it makes sense because there's deep history and culture connected with the Jewish community here in the U.S. I even wrote an op-ed back then saying, I'm proud to be an Israeli and I'm proud to be a Jew because I was on the border twice between Ukraine and Poland. And I was there the first few days, and then I was there a few months later, and I saw this amazing work of these Jewish organizations and Israeli organizations who just popped up, and they came, voluntarily and gave humanitarian aid. So I wonder how you saw it from your eyes. As a Ukrainian diplomat, you serve your country in the United States. Suddenly these Jews who are not necessarily directly connected are just donating and trying to help humanitarily.
Look, the support from the Jewish community here in the US has been enormous, and our cooperation with them ever since I arrived as an ambassador, that has been part of my day-to-day kind of operations, because frankly, if you look at Ukraine, the Jewish culture is inseparable from Ukrainian culture. And we started working here with the National Coalition for European Jewry, AJC, WJ, I mean, you name it, all Jewish organizations, the Anti-Defamation League. In 2021, that work was focused on also very important initiatives. So, for example, I was very honored to participate in it directly. And in 2021, Ukraine adopted the anti-Semitism, IRA definition of anti-Semitism. And not just a proclamation, not just making a public statement, but actually including it in our own legislation, which is important for us, and that's why Ukraine has one of the lowest rates of the anti-Semitism. But here working with
a lot before many Western countries.
Yes. And here working with Jewish organizations have been, especially since the full-fledged aggression, whether it's humanitarian support or support in relocations and to Ukrainian refugees, or doing something together on the Hill, together with other organizations here, we really appreciate it. And I have to tell you that support is still very high. We never had a situation, so when a horrible attack happened on Israel, it only brought us closer together, and we continued that cooperation, which already was on the basis. And we hear from all Jewish organizations how important it is for the world, for the US.
And then after the war broke out, I mean, huge amounts of money, huge amounts of equipment, support, right? I think it's...
Yes. So really appreciate it.
Yeah, so you mentioned levels of anti-Semitism in Ukraine are very low, maybe even the lowest in Europe in general. So just last week, there was, if you recall, what we call a pogrom, which is something very dark in our history, an attack against Jews and Israelis in Amsterdam, people who came to a soccer match of Maccabi Tel Aviv, and they were attacked on an anti-Semitic basis. And I wonder if you see this spreading into other European countries, or even here in the United States, because it's not as popular in Ukraine. There may be a manifestation of this in other countries.
Well, look, you see it from time to time, unfortunately, in many countries. The main question, I guess, is how you react to that. For us in Ukraine, it's very important to put a decisive stop to it. So when there are incidents, and there are incidents from time to time of people, either doing something or shouting, in Ukraine, first it's punishable by law. Second, it's very important for the president, for prime minister, for everyone in Ukraine, for all of us to react to it and to educate also, because all this is based on lies and fakes and some lack of education sometimes. And look, anti-Semitism, as any type of xenophobia, is despicable, and we all have to fight.
So how exactly did you combat anti-Semitism in Ukraine, definitely before the war? And how were you able to implement the IRA definition?
Even during the war, look, we first of all, we continue to teach in schools a lot, about Holocaust, about everything that happened. We commemorate all the events, especially those that happened on the territory of our country, from Babin Yar to others. The Holocaust Remembrance Days is something which actually draws attention from everyone in Ukraine. You see our president, you see ministers, prime minister, everyone there commemorative and saying to everyone, this should not happen. You know, this is not something that a country that believes in democracy and human dignity and the values should tolerate. And I think, you know, you see it even during the war. I mean, you know, some of the names, and I spoke about Vanda Abyatkova a lot, you know, a woman who lived in Mariupol, woman who survived
the Holocaust,
the Holocaust and World War II. When she was a little girl, the woman who witnessed her parents being shot, she died during Mariupol siege by Russians because she was hiding in the basement. And so many situations like that. So unfortunately what we hear, this anti-Semitic things that we hear from the Russian leadership, the final solution of the Ukrainian question, I mean, you just have to stay the course and explain and not tolerate it. And when someone brings it on, regardless of you know, what circumstances is it used for, you have to react firmly and say no to that. And this is what Ukraine has big devotion to.
Right. I remember when in eastern Ukraine was starting to be taken over, you know, in 2013, if I'm not mistaken,
yes.
14. I went to visit a refugee camp of Jews. And there was a woman who was a Holocaust survivor. And she was there with all of her medals, which is a very kind of, right, it's a very former Soviet Union thing. And she sang Ayida Shemame, which is a very popular Jewish song about someone's mother. And I couldn't help but just cry because say, okay, this is a person who's displaced, you know, for a second time, and she probably was, if she survived that, for a third time, you know, because of a war with Russia, and it's just overwhelming to see that happens, and in a modern era when you assume that doesn't, you know, exist. So
Absolutely.
I think it's, you know. So finally, we spoke about Russia's connections with Iran. On November 8th, as you know, it was published here in America that Iranians were trying to assassinate former president and President-elect Donald Trump. There were also lots of reports about intervention or trying to intervene in American elections by Russia and by Iran. We've also seen that lately a lot in Israel. You know, many spies working for Iran have been arrested. So I wonder, is this something that you say yourself as an ambassador? Oh, finally, you know, people are waking up because we've been, you know, you've been ringing the bell for such a long time.
Well, it's, first of all, we all have to understand that this evil, excess of evil, Russia is not doing it just by themselves. Iran and North Korea are clearly helping them militarily. There are others who are helping also through financial means. And we just have to understand that they will do everything from the military aggression to all the hybrid threats to all the everything they can do to undermine the democratic countries. We see it in Ukraine. They attacked us militarily, they do the propaganda, they do the cyber attacks, they do everything. And they are working together with Iran and North Korea. And if we will not stop them decisively in Ukraine, they will continue spreading and working everywhere. They're trying to undermine the support to Ukraine. They're trying to undermine the unity among, you know, all the democratic countries. So we see it all the time. I'm really glad to read the reports about it because we have to know about it, we have to analyze it, and we have to cooperate better to actually stop it and not allow this malign influence in all of our countries.
100%.
That will make all of us strong.
Yeah, and I think I'll just add, I think in Israel, many people who didn't agree with that now finally understand. Whether because of drones or because of cyber attacks or the many other elements and components in that situation, that maybe Israel should have done more for Ukraine. You know, so I hope that sentiment of people coming together and making that voice is super important, and to promote more of this cooperation. I think many people in Israel have voiced that, and hopefully the government will internalize it.
My experience is people are smart. We just have to provide them with more information. We just have to be honest and open with them and just explain it to them. And then whether it's people in Israel or United States or Ukraine or any other country, they will understand how important it is for their own national security.
To give information in an era of misinformation.
We just have to try harder.
Yeah, definitely. So thank you so much for your time. And I would recommend, whether now or after the war, I've done so many tours in Ukraine about the Jewish history and the history of Zionism, which really was born in Ukraine. So I think the link between our two countries and Jews in Ukraine is tremendous.
Yes.
So Ambassador Malkova, thank you so much. And hopefully the war in Israel and the war in Ukraine should end, and the killing should end, and we should be able to rebuild and, you know, do big and better things together.
As we say in Ukraine, your words to the God's ears. Thank you.
Thank you. So after we spoke to different diplomats and representatives of Israel and from Ukraine, sometimes, in my opinion, in my experience, it's better to speak to those who advise but don't necessarily work for the government. So we're speaking to Andrew Mack, an advisor for President Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine. How are you?
Thank you very much for having me, and thank you again for your continued interest in Ukraine. I know the support from the people of Israel for Ukraine has been great, and I can tell you on October 7th it was reciprocated, and there were probably as many Israeli flags in Kyiv as in any other city.
Wow, that's amazing. I think probably because Israel was in such chaos back then, we weren't even able to see that piece of news, you know what I'm saying?
It was everywhere, and
yeah.
you know, I happened to be in Europe at that time, and you know, it was everywhere, and it just was homegrown. It was organic. It wasn't from any government edict or
right, because the government was busy.
But there were a lot of Israeli flags, even though missiles were falling in Kyiv. There were a lot of people put up Israeli flags.
Right. So you're based here in D.C.
I live in Washington, correct.
So as an insider, both here but also in other places. So, you know, the American election, Donald J. Trump is now working on establishing his government. There's a transition team. As the days go by, we hear about more and more names. And, you know, there's a sense of, you know, in his party, there are those that are more kind of to the separatist element of, you know, America first, cutting off aid to foreign, you know, international countries that the U.S. supports, and those who are actually, you know, who are more, I think, old school Republicans who support what has been going on up until now. What's your assessment about what we should expect when it comes to Ukraine?
Well, look, I think, you know, America first and continued support of Ukraine during this war are actually
the same thing.
I mean, I think if you put America first, you support Ukraine in this war. Whether you're a rhino or not, or whether you're an old school Republican or a new Republican, I don't think anybody in MAGA world, in the the Trump team, wants Russia to win. Nobody, right? So then the question is, how do we help Ukraine win, right? And what does that look like? And I think that is where the debate is right now in the Trump team. I know President Trump is personally very committed to helping Ukraine end this war on terms that Ukraine can have a lasting and sustainable peace. And right now they're putting the team together. I think there's a lively debate within the team, and I think we'll know more in the coming weeks as to, you know, what the concrete policy will be. But I can
and probably also according to who is put in what you know, role. That will also have some sort of an understanding.
And who will take the lead on Ukraine? I mean, you know, you can have a formal title, but you may not take the lead on Ukraine. That 100%. I think we'll understand probably in December, is my guess, maybe sooner.
But yet again, you know, Trump spoke to President Putin a lot before he, you know, spoke to Zelensky. So
well, apparently both sides are denying that conversation happened.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
and President Zelensky was one of 3 foreign leaders who got a meeting with President Trump in September. Then I'm sure at least 100 asked. So, I think being in the top 3 is pretty good. So I think there's a very good relationship personally between President Trump and the Ukrainian side. And I think that Andriy Yermak also has very strong ties with people in the Trump sphere, which are going to be very helpful. President Trump remembers during impeachment, despite so much pressure to throw Trump and his team under the bus, neither the president nor Andriy Yermak did that. Quite the opposite. They held firm. Right. They didn't want to become a part of it. So I think I think there's definitely a positive feeling, but I think just like with the current administration in the United States, there is no clear path as to what to do next. There's many ideas, many opinions, and that I think is something that Trump will have to tackle. At the same time, the President Trump's call for diplomacy. Look, Ukraine welcomes peace. Ukrainians are the ones who are getting killed. Ukraine has pushed peace plans for the last 2 years. There's been 4 or 5 peace summits. I forget how many. The last one had like 100 world leaders there. Right. Ukraine is the country that wants peace. The country that's escalating now is Russia. Russia.
Well, not only now, it's for the past 2 years.
Well, but now I mean in the last, let's say, 6 months. But definitely in the last 3 years. Russia is the aggressor. But even now, if the Russians are serious about sitting down when President Trump takes office, you think they would start de-escalating now. Quite the opposite is happening, based on what I'm seeing, right?
Yeah. So to continue this question, do you see a difference when it comes to foreign policy and and investment and security between Ukraine and Israel when it comes to the current and also the next administration?
Well, look, Israel has had a special relationship with the United States now for as long as I've been here on this planet, and probably goes back into the late 60s, early 70s from the Yom Kippur War on. And Ukraine has only built that special relationship in the last 3 years. And I think there's a huge amount of bipartisan support for both Ukraine and Israel. But obviously, Israel has a much deeper tie to both parties and to the establishment than Ukraine has.
Right. But really, it's just 3 years old. You feel like
the special relationship, 4 years since the war started, right?
But before, I'm saying,
there was a very good relationship.
No, but the acknowledgement of the fact that Ukraine is a country under threat and that it supports democratic values.
The United States has supported Ukraine since Ukraine declared independence in '91. But the type of support,
but not the military support that we're seeing now and that we're seeing with Israel for decades.
Israel has a special place in American politics, in the American mentality. Ukraine is now only building that place.
One person I spoke to in the Republican Party was saying, whether this is right or not, saying that the differences, you mentioned one difference, is the sense that theoretically, let's say, that in Israel there's a sense that Israel is winning, whether that's true or not. And Ukraine, not necessarily, even though also depending on the time with Ukraine, there were times where people were like amazed at the capabilities of the Ukrainian army. So do you agree with that assessment?
No, because look, you have to understand, when the Ukraine war started, the people smarter than you and me in Washington said Ukraine will last 3 days. Some said, well, maybe a week. The outliers
I remember
said a
reporting
month.
on this, and I remember people speaking about the equipment of the Ukrainian war, the Ukrainian army, and even in 2014 when things started heating up, people were talking about. I remember being in Ukraine. People were saying, "Oh, there's meat in the freezers from like the '60s or something." I don't know, in the Ukrainian army. But since then, there was a major step up.
Ukraine stunned the world, and I do think that the president takes a lot of the credit for that. Mobilizing society, himself taking great personal risk, not fleeing despite being told by every world leader he should flee. Without getting too many details, there were risks, and there were close calls.
I don't know how he sleeps at night, by the way.
Well, the first few weeks were were very rough, and that's all I'm going to say, because I don't want to disclose anything I shouldn't. And he did it. it, and then Ukraine, rallied. They had a very good year in 22. In 23, actually, I think they had a very good year. They took out the Russian fleet, and they restored their own shipping channels. Now, think about that for a second. One of the largest fleets in Europe was the Black Sea Fleet. Ukraine has no fleet, and they took them out with drones.
Yeah.
I mean, so literally a country with no navy took out a country with the largest navy.
Right. No, but I think the difference is that Ukrainians actually believe in what they're doing and in their country, and with the Russians, less so. So when you have a people so determined to do something, and this is after years of you had the Maidan and so many other things that turned this into a stronger and more resilient nation. They're there to fight until the end.
Absolutely. And I think, the Ukrainian people will continue the fight. I mean, obviously they're tired, and this is taking a huge toll on Ukraine. But having spent a lot of time in Kyiv in the last few months, I can tell you I haven't heard the words, we should give in, we should surrender. Everybody's willing to keep fighting.
Right. Which is not a given.
Yeah, exactly. So I think Ukraine will continue to fight. I don't think Ukraine will agree to peace on terms that don't secure Ukraine's future. I think Ukraine has become essentially the big shock to everyone. So is Ukraine winning or losing? Well, 3 days have now been 3 years. And Ukraine is still standing despite Russia putting all of its tremendous power to try to destroy Ukraine. Ukraine still stands.
Right.
And
stand strong also,
and let's be honest, the Ukrainians a couple nights ago took also bombed Moscow.
Yeah.
Who thought that was possible, right?
Nobody.
Yeah. So Ukraine, with its limited resources,
and definitely not a few years later.
Exactly. With its limited resources, has done the unthinkable, and I think will continue to do it. But I think now, with the right amount of support from the West, Ukraine could actually achieve a just and sustainable peace, which is what everybody in Ukraine wants.
So when President Putin speaks about peace, what does he mean? Like, what's
capitulation? I mean, he means agree to peace on my terms.
Okay.
It's like when Hitler spoke to Czechoslovakia about the Sudetenland. And then 6 months later went to Prague and said, okay, I want it all. Sign here,
Right.
Peace? Yes, it's peace because there's no more war.
Is it land? Is it part of the land? Is it?
I think it's a combination of land. It's a combination. He wants more land that he controls. He's been open about that. He's annexed more territory than he controls. I think he wants to dictate Ukraine's foreign policy, and he wants to have a veto on domestic matters. And of course, he doesn't want the current government to stay in power. So he basically wants to have de facto control of Ukraine. Right. So far, that's been his agenda.
Right. So President Trump speaks about, ending the wars. Right. That's been something he repeated many times in his speeches. How do you kind of explain, what's the subtext there?
I think President Trump thinks that he's a much stronger leader than the current president. And I'm not taking any sides in that. I'm just saying that that's the perception. And generally, the global perception supports that President Trump is a very strong leader, and he's not somebody that you, quote unquote, mess with. You want to be on his good side. And President Trump thinks because, he won't play around, and Putin knows that he won't, if he needs to. Look what he did, for example, to Iran, Putin understands that he's capable of doing that to them as well. And because of that, President Trump believes he can force Putin to agree to a much more reasonable peace.
Yeah.
Whether that happens or not, we'll have to wait and see. And I think for the sake of Ukraine, everybody hopes that President Trump could push Putin to stop attacking Ukraine. Whether it happens, we'll pray that it does.
Yeah, we definitely will pray. So I'm curious, how the Ukrainian American community reacted to the results of this election.
It was very surprising
because it's a demographic I don't remember seeing in surveys and polls. I could tell you about the Muslim vote. I could tell you about the Jewish vote. I don't know about the Ukrainian American vote.
The Ukrainian American vote probably followed the Jewish vote in some ways in key states. So the Ukrainian American vote is overall not as important because I think it's only over 1 million people, but they're concentrated in Pennsylvania and Michigan.
That's a big
deal.
Which
made them very important.
Okay.
And just anecdotally now, I've not done a survey and I haven't seen polls. I would think that the population was split. with slightly favoring Trump.
So that's not like the Jewish vote. The Jewish vote was a majority for Kamala Harris.
Right, but
strengthening
but with
support
a huge,
for Trump.
Okay, fair enough. But I guess what I meant was that traditionally the Jewish vote votes more Democratic than the Ukrainian vote, and this time the Jewish vote voted much more for Trump than it normally would.
Even though Jewish American, former Soviet Union, Russian speakers would say, usually vote for Republicans.
Yeah, exactly, and for Trump especially.
Yeah.
So I think the Ukrainian vote was split, but I think what's interesting is that, if this was I'll be honest, if it was a more traditional Republican candidate, like a Mitt Romney, it would have been even more to the Republican side.
Right. Like an old school
still,
Republican.
there's especially Western Pennsylvania, all my friends in Western Pennsylvania voted for Trump. Everyone, almost without exception. Well, maybe one or two. But they all voted. In Eastern Pennsylvania, they tended to vote more for Harris.
Right.
So again, on the Ukrainian side. So who knows, right? But overall, there is a feeling among many in the Ukrainian community here that Trump will do better than the status quo.
So regardless of the fact that Ukraine has a very outwardly Jewish president, the American Jewish community has been overwhelmingly supportive of Ukraine, of the Jewish communities, but not only of the Jewish communities, whether at lobbying, etc. How is that received? By you, by
for
Ukraine?
me personally, I mean, the Jewish community and the pro-Israeli lobby support from those groups has been tremendously important and valuable, especially on the Republican side. But overall, it's an emotional reaction. It's organic. Nobody obviously orchestrated it. I think
it's interesting. It's specific more on the Republican side.
I think because quite honestly, we had
the Democrats
we had to do more work on the Republican side.
Okay.
Right.
Because the Democrats were already, I think, supportive, probably.
Democrats were much more likely to. Initially everybody was supportive, and then some on the fringes.
And most Jewish organizations are on the Democratic side.
Right, and some on the fringes of the MAGA movement were against Ukraine within the first 6 months, but they stayed on the fringes for the most part. I mean, even if you saw the vote for the supplemental, we had over 2/3. We had the majority of Republicans in the House voting with us. So it's not at all, even despite all the huge pressure, it wasn't, I think we still had that huge support, at least as of April. But the Jewish community, I think it was emotional. I think they remember the stories from their grandparents, great-grandparents about how terrible the war was, the Holocaust, and they were reliving it, by looking at Ukraine.
And also how terrible the Soviet Union was.
Soviets were probably only second to Hitler in their atrocities.
100%.
And historically, the Russian Empire has been anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish. I still think it is, personally. Despite what rhetoric you hear, but I think we had a group of Jewish or Israelis, I should say. I don't know if they were even all Jewish, landing in Russia right after October 7th, and there was a pogrom almost. That would never happen in Ukraine. I forget where, somewhere in southern Russia. So, I think that's there. I think it's under the surface. I think it's still beneath the surface. It's not coming out as much as it did in the past, but it's definitely there. And historically, the Russian Empire, they're the ones that started the pogroms. They created it. The Tsar created it, basically. So that word comes from Russia. So I think, whereas you have a modern European state with democratic values who, despite being labeled by Russia as anti-Semitic, with the 70% margin elected their first Jewish president, it's obviously a much better model for people than the Russian model. Right?
So finally, are you at all disturbed or dealing with the fringes, as you mentioned, people like Tucker Carlson, etc., who have shown very, big support for Russia, when going and interviewing President Putin? There are those, on the fringes, as you said, but close to the president, who are very pro-Russian.
Yeah, look, I don't know Tucker personally. I've never had a discussion with him about this. I don't understand it. I think it's one thing to say, you don't want the U.S. to be stretched, and okay, fair enough. To be pro-Russia, I mean, I'm like, what? But to be fair, based on just my, very cursory reading of what he's been saying, he's been a lot less pro-Russia since his trip to Russia. I think he understands what's going on now better. But I don't understand where that's coming from, and his anti-Ukraine positions. I don't.
So this isn't something that you're kind of.
I mean, they were
working to change.
Well, I don't know. I mean, literally, it's him and maybe one or two more people, and I don't know where it's coming from. I really don't. I don't understand it. The idea that you can, appease a dictator. I mean, he also said Churchill started the war. There was a segment a few weeks ago. Churchill should be blamed for World War II. Chamberlain was the good guy. Oh, okay. I mean, if you believe that, I mean, fine. We'd agree to disagree. I mean, I think that's just not true.
Right.
History has shown that that's wrong, right?
But are you worried about this, or do you think it's just like
no? I mean, of course, I'm worried because people on the MAGA side, they listen to him to some extent, and I know he has access to President Trump, but. I think President Trump himself is very smart, and I think he has a deep understanding of what's going on, and he has many other advisors who balance that out. And ultimately, when everybody tells me, somebody is deciding this, somebody's advising Trump on this, somebody's advising Trump on that. I know one thing, that President Trump makes his own decisions and nobody else can influence him but himself. I mean, he'll listen to many people, he'll listen to a lot of ideas, but ultimately he makes the decisions.
Yeah.
And, to that extent, that gives me a lot of comfort that he will never do anything to hurt American interests. And, when push comes to shove, even though he may be frustrated at times, he will support Ukraine.
Okay. Perfect. So let's hope that, the war will be able to end during this next administration.
I hope it does. Yeah.
And on the terms that will be
sustainable
and better for.
Because don't forget, we've had two ceasefires already with very detailed agreements that were this big, and
they weren't.
Putin didn't keep to any of them.
Didn't keep to them.
Maybe we need a smaller agreement. I don't know.
Well, in general, things should be simplistic, but.
Well, I think honestly, I think if President Trump agrees on pushes a peace plan and it's not supported by the Russians. I think there will be a simple message as to what the consequences are. It's not going to be, it's not for me to say, it's for President Trump to say, but given his other messages to other world leaders, I think you know what it is.
We're following with the discussion what to expect from Trump administration, from his team, what are the challenges for Ukraine under the new Republican administration. Ambassador Herbst, thank you very much for joining us in the studio, and Minister Klimkin, thank you very much for joining us online from Kyiv. And today we have a lot to discuss, but I'd like to focus on what's the most important and sensitive for the Ukraine at this moment. So, Pavlo, let me start with you. Can you pinpoint like 2, 3 the most sensitive issues, the biggest fears for the Ukraine if we speak about the relationship between the U.S. and Ukraine under Trump administration?
Hi, good morning or good afternoon. Important. It should be good. One point is clearly a sense of uncertainty, what to expect, and actually how to expect. Because many people in Kyiv expect a different policy style, clearly more transactional. Secondly, there is a kind of weird feeling in Kyiv with the present administration that what's going on actually leads us to a kind of attrition war. And in order to win the war, how we understand from our experience, we need to raise the stakes. And if the stakes are not raised, we are where we are. So it's I would say, a weird mixture of expectation, of the sense that Donald Trump can't afford to be seen and to be perceived as weak. And basically, as I remember, Biden approval ratings actually plummeted after Afghanistan.
So for us, it's a game changer, of course, in the sense of new administration. For us, it's a sense that we need to adjust our strategy, and third, we need to engage with a different policy style. And there is, of course, a sense of fear, if not on the surface, that Ukraine could be pushed in a kind of compromise which is going beyond our political and emotional limits.
I especially started with Kyiv to understand the feelings, so uncertainty, and can Ukraine be pushed to some deal which will not be okay for Ukrainians? But do you think it might be?
Well, I can't rule it out, although that is not my expectation at the present time. I think Trump has a very clear view of what a negotiation would achieve. I think there are some things in that view which are not welcome in Ukraine. And I also think there are things in that view that are not welcome in the Kremlin. Trump is talking about a settlement roughly along the lines where Moscow has control of a portion of Ukraine, 20% of Ukraine, and Kyiv controls the rest of it. So that would mean some type of ceasefire in place, leaving Russia in control of a substantial amount of Ukrainian territory. But Trump also has in mind that there would be a demilitarized zone, keeping the different forces apart, one from the other, and to put Ukraine in a position that it could defend itself well if Moscow were to resume aggression. And I don't think that's very much to the liking of the Kremlin and to Putin. We've seen some hesitation in Kyiv to the ideas that Trump has outlined. And we've seen some hesitation in Moscow to those same ideas. That, you had this detailed report in the Washington Post over the weekend about what Trump told Putin during their phone conversation. And first, the Kremlin denied the content of that conversation. Now, Peskov is denying there was a conversation at all. So that tells me that the Russians are not too happy with this. And that's something which should give Ukrainians some measure of assurance about what Trump is up to.
Let us have it clear. What's your understanding of the situation? Was it a call, or they're trying to hide it right now, or there were no any call and the Washington Post just was wrong? Is it a good sign or bad sign?
Given the information conveyed by the Post, and I'm not always going to say that. I'm not going to say that Post always gets its information right. I suspect that they provided that on the basis of substantial information coming from the Trump team. So I don't think that was made up.
It is Post.
Right. I think it's real information. I think it's accurate information. Maybe not completely accurate, but basically accurate. And I interpret the Russian response as they don't like this, and Putin's not prepared to deal with it, so they're denying it. If you've been paying attention to the Russian media since our election, you've heard essentially, well, we're not sure we like these ideas that are coming from Trump. We have Ukraine on the run, meaning we, the Russians, are doing well on the battlefield. Let's win the war and then impose our vision on Ukraine. So in other words, basically saying Trump's plan is not for us. Now, the fact that the Russian media are saying that does not mean that's what Putin wants. He wants the media to say that, but whether or not it reflects his views, we don't know. But I think given today's report of Peskov denying the phone conversation at all, tells me that Putin's very uneasy about this. And I believe that Putin's objective is to try to suborn Trump into permitting Putin to do whatever he wants in Ukraine. And if he comes to the conclusion he can't do that, Putin has a problem. And that works to Ukraine's advantage.
Gentlemen, I got a question to both of you. When President Trump, being a candidate, told that he wants to stop this war in 24 hours, he wants Ukraine, Russia, and possibly himself to sit on a negotiation table, and we need to understand the Ukrainian position. Will Ukraine be ready for those meetings with Zelensky, Putin, and Trump? And what will be the Ukrainians' reaction? Because it's even a decree of President Zelensky signed already that it's absolutely impossible to negotiate with Russia. So, Pavlo, do you think Ukraine will be ready to start this?
Well, you see, like John has just said, politics, has become kind of guessing exercise whether we had a chat between Trump and Putin or not, and what kind of chat. It's already part of the conversation.
But if one way Trump will want them to sit together, three of them, what will happen next?
No, look, it's not about sitting together. It's about what to discuss and how to discuss. And John has just mentioned, of course, it's about the line. It's about defendable line for our partners, and our territory and our people are, of course, sacred for us, for Ukrainian. It's not just politics. It's the sense of our DNA. It's our emotions. But it's also about the sense of security, because we can't exist without security guarantees. And demilitarization zone is not about security guarantees. It's about the way how to prevent an immediate attack and to monitor the situation, but nothing else. And I negotiated pretty much everything, including possible ceasefires with the Russians within the Normandy format, and the Russians broke every of the ceasefires. So the fundamental point of any discussion is, of course, about what kind of security guarantees Ukraine would get. And the third point, and some of the people from DC already reached me on that, who gonna be present in Ukraine, who gonna guarantee the guarantees. And the mood among some people, as I understand, advising Trump, it should be about Europeans. If it's about Europeans, and if it could become part of the deal, what mandate, how we can approach it. It's a lot of questions we need to answer before we can see it or we can't. So fundamentally, it's about the sense that Ukraine should be heard. It's the famous slogan, nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, and it should be also our slogan in not just the slogan in the coming months. So the fact of sitting together should be preceded by defining what should be discussed and how it should be discussed. And for me, the point of security guarantees is a fundamental one. Without the readiness to discuss this point, I don't see a sense of starting this discussion.
Let's try to discuss it right now. What kind of security guarantee it might be? Speaking to Ukrainian government officials, I was told that the NATO membership is the only guarantee, because they think that if Ukraine will be under NATO security umbrella, Russia will not attack. I spoke with Ambassador Walker yesterday, and he told me that in his vision, he speaks on himself, but his vision that the NATO security guarantee might be under the controlled territory of the Ukraine, under the territory which is under the control of the government as of now. So, what kind of guarantee might be given to Ukraine?
The short answer is it's not clear. I agree that Ukraine and NATO should be the objective. It's also true that the Trump plan seems to have said we're not going to have this for at least 20 years, right? Put a moratorium on the subject.
At least according to the press. We don't know, but at least according to the media.
Correct. But it's conceivable to have bilateral security guarantees, although not easy to achieve. It's conceivable to imagine a stable peace without security guarantees, at least in the medium term. If there were European troops, NATO member troops on Ukraine's territory, in between Russians and Ukrainian forces, that would make it very hard for Putin to do now what he did under the Minsk Accords. Not impossible, but very hard. And if at the same time you arm Ukraine far more than we have armed Ukraine to date, that would also make the Russians have to think twice about breaking any peace.
Do you believe Europeans might put their troops on the border or on the separation line without Americans being...
That's a very good question, and I can't answer it definitively, meaning I can't say yes, but I also can't say no. It's possible to imagine a scenario where they would do that, provided that the United States was willing to give, for example, all intel resources, logistical resources, including weapons, then I think it could work. But I'm not saying that it will.
Павло Анатолійович, я хотів би до вас повернути. I'd like to return to you with the same question. Yeah, shifting between languages. I'd like to return to you with the same questions. You mentioned the security guarantees, but what kind of guarantee do you mean? Do you speak about NATO or some kind of NATO security umbrella, or you mean something else? And the same question as I asked Ambassador Herbst. Would you think that Europeans will be ready to put their troops on the separation line without Americans, without American boots to be on the ground?
My answer would be pretty similar to the one John has given.
Those diplomats.
Firstly, I don't believe that without putting a NATO flag over Ukraine, we can sort out this war in the longer term. Point. So, of course, there could be a kind of moratorium, there could be moves and shifts, but fundamentally, without eradicating any sort of security gray zones, we are in trouble. And not just us Ukrainians, but the West as such, because the moment we have any sort of ceasefire, Putin will probably start preparing not just for breaking this ceasefire, but for breaking this ceasefire in the way which could endanger the whole sense of European security. I mean, not Article 5, but European security. And now we don't have any system as such. And the second point, I can imagine, although I'm not a big fan of that, but I can imagine a kind of bridging set of guarantees, and it could be European troops, ideally, NATO troops, but at least European troops in Ukraine, but also located also along the touchline, but also kind of supported by their bilateral security guarantees, US security guarantees. Because talking to the Europeans, it's difficult for me to imagine that Europeans could be in Ukraine without sort of at least US political support. So there is a kind of mentality around the president-elect that the main bulk of responsibility should be taken over by Europe. So it could be European money and European troops, but supported politically and hopefully legally by the US. And for me, it could be a kind of transitional model towards NATO membership. Not the one I like, but something I can start discussing.
I really want to finish with this topic, but I just have one more very important question. It's always a carrot and stick. We remember Trump, his background, that he was a businessman, and possibly he will use this still use this strategy toward Russia and possibly toward Ukraine. So, Ambassador Herbst, what might be the carrot and the stick toward Ukraine and toward Russia?
Well, I think we've already been given a reasonable idea, a pretty good idea of what that would be. For Ukraine, the carrot is that we will provide. We are pushing a deal which would guarantee your control of the territory you currently control and security going forward. As the minister pointed out, what seems to be on offer from the Trump administration is not as firm as many of us would like on the security guarantees, but still not nothing. So again, the stick is that we can withhold aid entirely and leave you on your own with Russia, and the carrot is we will do this for you. And there's some pain in this for you because you have to, at least for the foreseeable future, give up your hopes to regain territory which has been unjustly conquered by the Kremlin. On the Kremlin side, we are telling you Ukraine will not join NATO for 20 years. Ukraine, you get to keep the parts of Ukraine that you have conquered, however unjustly. That's the carrot. And the stick is, if you do not agree to end your war, we will arm Ukraine the way it never has been armed. So this is pretty clear in addressing Ukraine and addressing Russia.
Pane Pavle, what's your idea about the carrot and stick for both sides, and do you think it might work? The arguments Ambassador Herbst mentioned right now.
Yeah, pretty similar to the ones John has mentioned. Just one point to top up. For me, as a Ukrainian, it's all about Ukraine. But we clearly understand that the world is seen pretty differently from Washington. It's global. Donald Trump mentioned on a number of times that he wanted to break Russia from the partnership with China, for example. There are other issues. Carrots and sticks we are just discussing could be expanded by something which is global when the oncoming US administration will be talking to the Kremlin. And for us, yes, I can't agree more. There could be some nuances here, but fundamentally, John is right here, yeah.
I want to shift to another topic. My friends, my family, my colleagues, all of them are in Ukraine. I think I understand very well their feelings. And the expectation in Ukraine was that Trump team and Trump administration might be totally anti-Ukrainian. You was the first who told the media, correct me if I'm wrong, but you was the first who told that his team might be separated. And his administration might be separated as well. Could you give me more on that, please?
Well, it's clear that there is a faction in the Trump movement, more outside than inside, but still also inside, that has no clue at how dangerous Russia's policy is for the United States, and that policy is dangerous even if Russia was not conducting a war crime-filled war against Ukraine. That they are trying to undermine American influence, especially in Europe, but globally. And there's a whole slew of actions they've taken to do that. They don't understand that. And therefore, they don't understand how it's very much in American interest, it's critical for American interests that Putin lose his war in Ukraine. But then there are others, I would say a largish majority of the Republican Party, including in the Congress, that understands the danger Putin's policies pose to the United States and would like to continue strong support for Ukraine. But some of those Republicans, in Congress especially, are concerned that the other side of the party is more powerful than they are, and that's why, for example, a good number of Republicans voted against aid to Ukraine in April, even though they believe Ukraine needs that aid, and it's in our interest to provide it.
Even those who consider right now to get like the positions in the Trump administration.
Almost all candidates for the senior national security positions at State, Department of Defense, and the NSC are sound on the Russian strategic danger to the United States and therefore the need to support Ukraine. Unfortunately, perhaps the strongest of them has just been excluded from consideration. That's Mike Pompeo. But everyone else, with one possible exception, is sound on this. That's a reason for some optimism, as is, again, the fact that Trump laid out some conditions which has the Kremlin right now on its back foot. But this is very much a work in process. So first we have to see who Trump names, and then we have to see what they actually do.
Minister, I want to return to you. My feeling is that the Ukrainian government, the Zelensky team, cannot wait because they need answers right now, they need some contacts right now. So how do you see their possible strategy on the stage while we got the transition of the power here in the United States, while the new Trump officials were not appointed? What's your vision of the Ukrainian strategy before the January 20th?
Well, of course, Ukraine is important for the U.S. National interest, and many people around Donald Trump clearly understand that. But our war as a geopolitical event is even more important. And to lose this war for the U.S. Would mean a fundamental depletion of credibility, and not just towards Russia and not just towards China. It would be a point of no return for me, for the U.S. and many people who are now considered as candidates in the U.S. defense and security team understand it quite well, at least those I keep talking to. It's difficult to predict who will take what position, but for me, at the end of the day, it would be about Donald Trump himself, his sense, his decision, his instincts. Of course, he will be listening to his team, and they're gonna prepare different drafts, ideas, and designs for him. But at the end of the day, he would basically will be guided by his sense. And I remember my contacts and my conversation also with him. So firstly, we need to clearly prepare our narrative why Ukraine has an added value for the U.S. national interest, why Ukraine as a future allies is important, not just our war, but Ukraine herself. And why securitizing Ukraine, let me use this definition, is also important for the U.S. national interest. And thirdly, it's important to explain to people who could be appointed to different positions. Firstly, the stakes around Ukraine, but also internal risks, because people tend to see us rather geopolitically without clearly understanding what is at stake in the sense of not just internal politics, but mainly emotions. And it would be critically important to explain it because it's about our unique sense, it's about our unique mentality, and I still have friends in the U.S. who don't understand why we've been able to hold the Russian off for almost 1,000 days. It's really should be explained in the sense of Ukraine as such and what it would mean for Ukraine, for Central Europe, for Europe itself, and for the U.S. position on Europe that we can have a negative spiral in our war. It's how I see basically what we need to do in the period till the inauguration.
John, to finish with this, just shortly, yes or no question. Do you believe that Donald Trump will be the person who will make the final decision on Ukraine, on negotiations, or his team will influence him?
There's no question his team will influence him, and there's no question he'll make the final decision. We saw that in his first term, in my opinion.
Lovely. If we got a couple of minutes just to go fastly to another topic. I spoke to Ambassador Bolton and he gave me an interesting point. I would like to discuss it with both of you. The point was, what if Donald Trump will organize those talks with Russia and Ukraine, and possibly him sitting on that table, and Russia will keep its position very strongly, telling they want all the territory they proclaim Russian, and Ukraine will keep its position very strong and telling that we will not cross our red line. What will happen next? What will happen with those so advertised negotiations?
I mean, this is a hypothetical. It's an intelligent hypothetical.
As usually.
But the answer to it will depend a lot on what the conditions are at the time this hypothetical becomes real. I can imagine movement in either a very strong, good direction or movement in a bad one. And the environment surrounding it would help determine which way Donald Trump would move. But one very important reason for optimism about this is Trump considers himself a very strong man.
And a very good negotiator.
Yes, and a very good negotiator. And imposing an unjust peace, an unstable peace on the weaker party is not what a strong person does. And he understands very well how disastrous for Biden the withdrawal from Afghanistan was. And an imposed peace on Ukraine, which leads Putin to take Ukraine, would be seen as a far greater disaster for American policy and for the man who's responsible. And that would make Trump a very weak figure in history's eyes. And that would work very much, I think, to Ukraine's advantage. And of course, to America's advantage in the scenario you just outlined.
Pavlo, we have to finish, so I have the very last question to you, the same I asked already Ambassador Herbst. What if during those hypothetical negotiations all the sides will keep their ground, will keep it strongly, so there will not be any common solution? And more than what if, what's your understanding of the Ukrainian red line, the line Zelensky and Ukraine and Kyiv and the country itself will not cross?
Well, geopolitics for me is a zero-sum game. And it means that you have a leverage if you are able to use your leverage, or at least to show your leverage credibly. Otherwise, you don't have any So in order to prepare such eventual meeting, Donald Trump would have to use his leverages. We were talking about sticks and carrots. And I believe he will. So to start such a meeting without clearly understanding what are the new frameworks for me does not make sense. For us, clearly, the absolute red lines is not to have any, legal point about the occupied territories, if we have any at the moment of negotiations, because it would be clearly rejected by the Ukrainian society. And secondly, it's clearly a point not to have any security guarantees, because it would mean we are helpless in the sense of the future Russian aggressions. So these two fundamental red lines are, for me, critically important for any possible negotiations, because we can break it. It's not just political. It's also, very, very emotional ones. Otherwise, it would be possible to start this discussion. Although I believe it would be a kind of ups and downs conversation. And there are going to be, black swans coming in the run-up to such possible meeting and afterwards. So it's not going to be kind of linear process. It's basically my gut feeling.
I got a lot of questions, but it's time to finish. I thank you both so very much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you. Pavlo, good to see you.
Thanks, John. Pleasure to talk to you.
Ми переходимо до наступної панелі і маємо двох учасників, яких я радий вітати. До нас приєднується і посол Ізраїля в Україні, пане Михайло. Вітаю.
Вітаю, добрий день.
Це чудово, що можемо говорити українською. І ще один пан Михайло до нас приєднується, Михайло Подоляк, радник глави Офісу президента. Теж доброго дня, доброго вечора, що у вас там, незважаючи на різницю в часі.
Вітаю.
Я хотів би з вами поговорити про відносини України і Ізраїля, і не тільки про відносини, знаєте, таке загальне знову відносини, а про те, чи ми можемо розраховувати на Ізраїль в умовах, коли ніхто не знає, чого чекати від Сполучених Штатів. Ми щойно говорили про це з багатьма учасниками, може бути певна затримка, можуть бути певні політичні ситуації, вони можуть виникнути. Ми бачимо Німеччину, яка зараз буде довго займатися лише своїми виборами, своєю ситуацією, зміною канцлера, зміною політичного курсу. Наскільки ось в цій ситуації, знаєте, такої політичної турбулентності, Ізраїль може бути тією країною, яка підтримує, яка, можливо, навіть стане певним посередником? Пане посол, давайте з вас почнемо.
Дякую. Я б хотів, по-перше, скористатися можливістю подякувати пана Подоляка за підтримку наших відносин і за той внесок, який він робить в зміцнення стосунків між нашими державами. І що до вашого питання, то зараз наші країни, тобто Україна та Ізраїль, зосереджені на війнах. Кожна країна має перемогти свою війну. І, звичайно, дуже важко, дуже складно будувати відносини, коли кожна країна повинна робити свою справу, повинна воювати свою війну. Але, з іншого боку, наші війни пов'язані, хоча йдеться про різні війни, але наші війни, звичайно, пов'язані. І є дуже багато спільних питань, які ми можемо вирішувати разом. І я впевнений, що ми будемо це робити. Ми вже робимо це, але я впевнений, що існує величезний потенціал для співпраці між нашими країнами.
Пан Михайло Подоляк, я хотів би до вас звернутися про цей величезний потенціал поговорити. Чи ви розглядаєте, чи українська влада розглядає Ізраїль як не просто друга, не просто партнера, а ще й країну, яка могла би стати, знаєте, таким адвокатом України? Ми пам'ятаємо, що дуже довго Польща була цим адвокатом в європейському співтоваристві. І ось в ситуації, коли міняється адміністрація у Сполучених Штатах, чи можливо, що Ізраїль гратиме більшу роль?
Ще раз вітаю всіх з великим задоволенням. Я почну трошки ширше говорити, трошки про інші речі, а потім перейду до Ізраїлю, безумовно, тому що вважаю, що і роль Ізраїля в глобальному вимірі буде набагато більшою, ніж сьогодні, тому що він демонструє на Близькому Сході ту модель поведінки, яку треба демонструвати саме в часи таких історичних подій, в яких ми сьогодні знаходимося. Але давайте ширше, я про парадокси трошки скажу. Дивіться, світ, очевидно, змінюється. Ми бачимо сьогодні спробу зламати традиційні цінності, традиційні правила, які були встановлені після жахливої Другої світової. Світ змінюється, тому що Російська Федерація, наприклад, а й не тільки Російська Федерація, а й інші країни з таким типом авторитарного політичного управління, які є в Російській Федерації, вони намагаються сьогодні довести, що можна домінувати в світі через концепцію насилля, через концепцію масового вбивства, через концепцію атаки інших держав. Я думаю, що Ізраїль тут прекрасно розуміє, про що йдеться. На Близькому Сході це очевидно. Ми бачимо підйом голови жахливого явища під назвою антисемітизм. Ми бачили події буквально на днях в Амстердамі. І я розумію, що якщо до цього ставитись толерантно, а на жаль, світ не готовий сьогодні, світ демократичний, перш за все, на це відповідати жорстко, так само як світ не був готовий, на жаль, відповідати жорстко на прецедентну атаку на територію України Російської Федерації, то це все стимулює подібні прояви. І ці прояви збільшуються, масштабуються. І тепер я перейду до ролі Ізраїлю. І я вважаю, що якраз таки, я повернусь до цієї тези, про яку я вже сказав, я навпаки вважаю, що Ізраїль демонструє єдино можливу поведінку сьогодні на глобальній політичній арені. Ізраїль демонструє, що треба робити. Перше, він себе захищає достатньо жорстко, безкомпромісно, і це правильно, це єдина можлива модель сьогодні поведінки. Друге, Ізраїль пропонує всім все ж таки замислитись, що якщо ми будемо продовжувати гратись в толерантність по відношенню до екстремальних моделей поведінки інших держав чи інших угрупувань, якщо ми будемо толерувати, наприклад, присутність терористичних організацій в міжнародних інституціях, а ми бачили, які спроби були представників ООН співчуття виказувати загиблим очільникам терористичних організацій Хамас чи Хезболи і тому подібне. Якщо ми будемо, і Ізраїль говорить, що це неможливо, тому що це буде приводити до вкрай таких фатальних наслідків. І тому, мені здається, ще раз повернусь до цього, до дуже важливого моменту. Ізраїль суттєво збільшив свої впливи на глобальний політичний процес. Це, можливо, не так очевидно сьогодні, але це вже є явище, яке буде тільки набирати обертів. Тобто, попри свої розміри, попри те, що це країна невелика, якщо співставляти з тими ж Сполученими Штатами чи з тією ж Німеччиною, але впливи, на мій погляд, сьогодні набагато більші у Ізраїля. Це з одного боку. З іншого боку, щодо України. Так, мені б особисто дуже хотілося, щоб Ізраїль зайняв набагато більш проукраїнську позицію, тобто більше, жорсткіше підтримав Україну в намірах покарати Російську Федерацію на всіх рівнях, на всіх майданчиках і так далі. Чому? Тому що Ізраїль має впливи. Підкреслюю, Ізраїль має впливи, в тому числі буде мати необмежені впливи на нову адміністрацію Сполучених Штатів. І мені хотілося, щоб Ізраїль скористався цим, щоб ми не толерували Російську Федерацію. Я перейду до другого парадоксу якраз таки. От дивіться, проблема Росії – це проблема не тільки війни в Україні. Проблема Росії – це проблема фінансування глобальної нестабільності. Росія, як концепція державності, сьогодні не може бути конкурентною по відношенню до Сполучених Штатів, до Європейського Союзу, до Ізраїлю. І це очевидно. Російська Федерація не є технологічно розвинутою країною, і вона не може конкурувати саме технологіями, саме якістю життя як такою. Але Росія хоче домінувати. І вона буде домінувати може домінувати тільки через насилля. А як тільки ти хочеш домінувати через насилля, то тоді ти зацікавлений в фінансуванні різного типу терористичних організацій, диверсійних груп і так далі, і тому подібне. Тому що ти тоді можеш працювати нормально в світі, де є насилля як єдиний інструмент міждержавної політики, глобальної політики. І тому було б бажано зрозуміти, що Росія в такому вигляді, в путінському вигляді, це небезпеки для різних регіонів, масштабовані небезпеки, в тому числі для Близького Сходу. І тут було бажано все ж таки отримати більш продуктивну співпрацю Ізраїлю і України. І мені здається, що так і буде. Чому ми зацікавлені в цьому? Ізраїль також в цьому має бути зацікавлений.
Коли ви кажете більш продуктивно, а поясніть, що конкретно ви маєте на увазі? Що би Україна хотіла отримати?
Більш жорстку інформаційну підтримку на різних рівнях на глобальному рівні, більш жорстку дипломатичну підтримку, адвокацію безпосередньо в міжнародних інституціях на різних рівнях, адвокацію позиції України, що Україна не просто має право, використовуючи міжнародне право, захищати свою територію, а має право наносити, наприклад, ті ж удари по території Росії. Я розумію, що це складні питання, але я хотів би, щоб позиція була однозначна. Дивіться, знову ж таки, сьогодні все чорно-біле. От, на мій погляд, Ізраїль і Україна – це біле, безсумнівне. Можна тут дискутувати філософські концепції, і так далі, і тому подібне. Внутрішню політику можна дискутувати, все гарно чи не все гарно, і так далі. Але все, що стосується сьогодні глобального виміру, Ізраїль і Україна по одну сторону знаходяться на білому боці, на боці не те, що навіть добра, а моральних імперативів, на яких сьогодні базується перспективна цивілізація. З іншого боку, є чорне, це Російська Федерація, це Іран, в тому вигляді політичному, як він сьогодні існує. Я розумію, що є окремо люди, які в Ірані можуть підтримувати Ізраїль. Ми ж бачили, знову ж таки, прояви підтримки Ізраїлю на рівні іранців, які змушені були втікати зі своєї країни і тому подібне. Але ще раз, є чорне, і от проти цього чорного треба працювати спільно, незалежно від ситуативних зисків, які ти можеш відтримати від співпраці з чорним, ну тобто з тією ж Російською Федерацією. І тому ще раз, адвокації на різних майданчиках, дипломатичні, інформаційні, перш за все. Далі економічна співпраця в більш об'ємному вигляді, можливо, військово-технічна співпраця на різних рівнях. Але знову ж таки, це питання достатньо сьогодні, на мій погляд, чітко треба визначатись, по який бік ми знаходимось. І країни такого типу, як Ізраїль, такого типу, як Україна, мають єднатись, об'єднуватись. Ну, я маю на увазі в рамках тих чи інших цінностних параметрів. Це безсумнівно для мене.
Пане посол, я хотів би до вас звернутися. Ось ми досить детально почули зараз позицію пана Подоляка, українську позицію, ймовірно, позицію адміністрації. А як ви це готові прокоментувати?
Ну, звичайно, я згоден з паном Подоляком. Я вважаю, що є дуже багато тем і дуже багато напрямків, по яким ми можемо співпрацювати з Україною. І ми зараз вже співпрацюємо по різним напрямкам. І я впевнений, що після того, як закінчиться війна в Україні, як закінчиться війна в Ізраїлі, ми зможемо збільшити нашу співпрацю. Тому що з точки зору України, і це я відчуваю постійно в Україні, з точки зору України, Ізраїль, незважаючи на критику, яка, звичайно, лунала, особливо на початку війни в Україні, незважаючи на цю критику, Ізраїль залишається рольовою моделлю з точки зору України. Дуже багатьох напрямках, дуже багатьох сферах. І я думаю, що треба скористатися цією можливістю для того, щоб збільшити і зміцнювати нашу співпрацю, тому що ізраїльський досвід, ізраїльський ноу-хау, вся ізраїльська історія дуже релевантна з точки зору України, і ми можемо спільно дуже багато зробити для того, щоб зміцнити наші держави і скористатися досвідом, який вже є не тільки в Ізраїлі, а в Україні теж. Наприклад, досвід в того, що стосується боротьби з іранськими дронами. Звичайно, Ізраїль повинен вивчати цей досвід, повинен користуватися цим досвідом. І ми це вже робимо, тому що ми зараз теж зіткнулися з тою самою проблемою іранських дронів тут у нас в Ізраїлі.
Я вас правильно почув? Вибачте, я вас правильно почув. Якщо це не, як в Америці кажуть, classified information, секретна. Тобто є прямі контакти між Ізраїлем і Україною щодо обміну інформацією. І Україна може навчитися багато чому у вас, а вас цікавить протидія іранським дронам. Так. А на якому це рівні? Що можемо привідкрити тут?
Звичайно, я не можу зараз відкрити якісь деталі цієї співпраці, але така співпраця існує, і ми будемо і далі співпрацювати, тому що це піде на користь наших держав. І є певні технології, які з'явилися в Україні під час війни, і ми ці технології вивчаємо. І, мабуть, в майбутньому ми зможемо теж користуватися цими технологіями. А що стосується ізраїльських технологій, то Україна завжди була зацікавлена в ізраїльських технологіях. Я впевнений, що навіть зараз, але після закінчення війни, ці технології будуть дуже корисні для України.
Пане Михайло, пане Подоляк, вам є що додати?
Дві ремарки дуже важливі. Перша ремарка: війни мають закінчуватись і для Ізраїлю, і для України тільки справедливим фіналом. Це дуже важливо. Тобто не просто закінчуватись, а саме справедливим фіналом. Тобто, коли агресор, незалежно від того, до якої країни чи до якої організації він належить, має бути об'ємно, юридично, фактично, фізично і фінансово покараний. Без цього ескалація через певний етап буде знову повторюватись. І ми це бачимо і на Близькому Сході, і ми це бачимо в Україні. Перша атака 2014 рік, захоплення частково території України. Сьогодні повномасштабне вторгнення. І очевидно, що якщо війна не буде доведена до кінця на Близькому Сході, то ми побачимо ренесанс того ж Хамасу там на інших рівнях, чи ренесанс тієї ж Хезболи, чи більш нахабну поведінку Ірану, скажімо, з точки зору там провокації і так далі. Так само і Російська Федерація не заспокоїться, поки не вирішить свої фундаментальні цілі. Це очевидно. І друга ремарка дуже важлива. Я тут підтримую. Дивіться, я хочу, щоб це ми всі усвідомили. Сьогодні не воюють там Ізраїль проти когось чи Україна проти когось. Ні, воюють або вже сформовані альянси, і Російська Федерація сформувала безсумнівний авторитарний альянс. Вони обмінюються ресурсами, вони обмінюються технологіями. Це там Росія, Північна Корея, Іран, а через Іран та ж Хезбола, ті ж хусити єменські, ті ж Хамаси і так далі. І інші ультраправі групи по всьому світі. Ми бачимо, що сьогодні Російська Федерація підписала 33 угоди про військово-політичну, військово-технологічну співпрацю з країнами, з 33 країнами африканського континенту. Це все небезпечно. І так само має функціонувати демократичний альянс, повноцінний демократичний альянс, в рамках якого якраз таки треба проводити і обмін інформацією, і обмін досвідом накопиченим, в тому числі протидія ракетам іранським, північно-корейським, російським і так далі. І як це все має працювати? Це важливо. Важливо усвідомити, що ми по один бік барикади знаходимось, і ми не можемо один без одного виграти війну, тому що проти нас не окремі країни, не окремі організації, а абсолютно свідомий альянс, який буде тільки набирати обертів, якщо його сьогодні не придушити.
Дякую. Я хотів би змінити тему. Дивіться, є тема, щодо якої багато спекуляцій. Я з собою спеціально взяв на ефір статтю, яка виходила в Нью-Йорк Таймс. У мене електронний варіант. І ось ще за часів адміністрації Байдена була публікація, озаглавлена вона «In Israel and Ukraine, Biden navigates two of America's most difficult allies». Я би тут посперечався стосовно формулювань, але це вже до журналістів. І стаття була про те, що адміністрації Байдена, доки що чинної адміністрації, доводиться обирати, і готовий буду зараз почути вас, чи це так, між допомогою Ізраїлю і допомогою Україні, між спрямуванням зброї Україні і спрямуванням зброї Ізраїлю, між тим, як розділити бюджетні гроші, кому їх дати. І насправді дуже контроверсійна стаття, і спеціально її приніс. Дуже контроверсійні меседжі. І я дуже часто чую, бачу, що їх використовує російська пропаганда. Пане посол, пане Подоляк, я хотів би до вас обох звернутися і якраз про це поговорити. Чи ви вважаєте, що Дональду Трампу, його новій адміністрації, тим, хто прийде в січні, доведеться обирати між тим, як розділити допомогу? Доведеться обирати між тим, кому віддати пріоритет. Дві країни, які є найближчими союзниками, дві країни, які ведуть війни, схожі війни. Як ви це бачите, цей процес взаємодії, цей процес допомоги Америки двом країнам?
Я думаю, що це не питання допомоги зараз, це питання, як закінчити війну в Україні, як закінчити війну в Ізраїлі. Я думаю, що нова адміністрація Трампа повинна буде зосередитися на тому, щоб привести ці конфлікти к закінченню якнайшвидше. Звичайно, допомога повинна бути продовжена. Це взагалі не питання. І це, до речі, це інша допомога. Україна і Ізраїль потребують трошки різну допомогу. Я не думаю, що тут є якийсь конфлікт між Україною і Ізраїлем. Але зараз головне питання – це не як продовжити допомогу, а як закінчити ці війни.
Ви знаєте, це хороший меседж, свіжий меседж. Я дякую, що ви цю тему порушили. Тобто, щоб зафіксувати. І до Києва звернусь. Від адміністрації Трампа ви в Ізраїлі більше чекаєте кроків політичних, можливо, які дозволять завершити війну, завершити конфлікт. Правильно?
Щодо Ізраїля? Я думаю, що ми, звичайно, чекаємо на продовження допомоги, але ми чекаємо також на дипломатичний вплив і на вплив адміністрації Трампа на наші відносини з арабськими країнами. Наприклад, ми чекаємо на поновлення процесу нормалювання відносин з Саудовською Аравією. Цей процес, який був почат ще в минулу каденцію Трампа, але зараз я вважаю, що буде нова можливість почати знов ці контакти і наприкінці зробити так, щоб Ізраїль створив офіційні відносини, дипломатичні відносини з Саудовською Аравією. Але, по-перше, треба нормалізувати ситуацію на Близькому Сході. І це, я думаю, що найголовніше, на чому адміністрація Трампа зосередиться, коли почне працювати.
Пане Михайло, пане Подоляк, до вас хотів би звернутися, попросити вас прокоментувати. Тобто повернусь все ж таки до меседжів, які я по роботі просто відслідковую, що пишуть російські ЗМІ, і там постійно виникає цей меседж. Спалахнуло на Близькому Сході, зараз допомога, яка мала піти Україні, начебто піде Ізраїлю. Чи так це? Чи є цей вибір взагалі, чи існує він взагалі, чи це пропаганда? І друге, я дуже вдячний пану послу за те, що він свіжий меседж дав нам про те, що, можливо, від адміністрації Трампа ми дійсно чекаємо не стільки зброї, не стільки фінансів, скільки вирішення проблеми. Що би ви сказали?
Давайте почнемо з другого. І я тут хочу підкреслити, що будь-яка війна – це многокомпонентна історія, а не один компонент. І одним із мотивів Ірану та дестабілізації ситуації на Близькому Сході це якраз і була спроба зірвати будь-які можливості Ізраїлю отримати дипломатичні, нормальні, конкурентно спроможні відносини з різними арабськими країнами, в тому числі Саудівською Аравією. І так само війна в Україні, вона не тільки про територію України, вона не тільки про те, що Росія хоче там вбити якусь частину цивільного населення України, депортувати якусь частину населення України і так далі, замістити це все своїми людьми на території України, безумовно, і так далі. Це набагато більш глибока війна, це війна про домінування, про правила. І вони многокомпонентні, і тому тут немає простих дипломатичних рішень. Тому тут може бути тільки примус агресора. Ще раз підкреслю, якщо ви хочете отримати рішення дипломатичне на фоні агресії як такої, то це буде стимулювання агресії. Поки агресор не буде усвідомлювати, що він набагато слабкіший, ніж ви, ніж ваш альянс, він буде продовжувати вас провокувати. От як тільки на Близькому Сході Іран усвідомить, що в нього немає жодного шансу дестабілізувати ситуацію, незалежно від того, буде він фінансувати там надалі Хамас чи Хезболу. Так само, якщо Російська Федерація усвідомить, що в неї немає жодного шансу просуватись кудись, домінувати у Східній Європі, домінувати в Україні, створити регіон впливу під назвою Радянський Союз 2.0 на землях нових країн, які виникли після розпаду Радянського Союзу, то тоді ви зупините агресію. Але це можливо не дипломатично просто так сісти за стіл переговорів і про щось говорити. Ні, це тільки через елементи примусу. От буде примус, він правильний має бути, воєнний примус. Ми зараз перейдемо тоді до цієї дилеми, кому допомагати, про яку ви говорите. Воєнний примус, економічний обов'язковий примус. Ви не можете одночасно торгувати, наприклад, дозволяти торгувати з Іраном чи з Росією в повному обсязі, через посередників, і в той же час чекати, що вони зупинять добровільну агресію, тому що сенс існування цих держав – це провокація, шантаж і агресія. Їх зовнішня політика не може може бути інакше побудована. І тепер переходимо до цієї фіктивної, підкреслюю, фіктивної дилеми. Немає.
Я хотів від вас якраз почути про це. Я спеціально запитав, щоб ви це озвучили, щоб ми зафіксували це.
На цій дилемі побудована левова частка російської пропаганди. Вони про це говорять постійно для того, щоб внести такий собі там хаосу в голови електорату, виборця потенційного в різних країнах. Дивіться, або ми допомагаємо Ізраїлю, або ми допомагаємо Україні. Ні, це не так. І тут пан посол, мені дуже подобається, він чітко говорить. По-перше, це різні види зброї, наприклад. По-друге, це різні види допомоги як такої. Це різні взагалі концепції війни, яку ми бачимо на Близькому Сході і в Україні. І так далі. Але головне навіть не це. Головне, що знову ж таки повернусь до того, щоб ми з вами усвідомили, воюють альянси. І якщо ви ресурсно набагато міцніші з точки зору економіки, фінансів і так далі, технологій, ви не можете програвати війну відсталій країні під назвою Північна Корея. От що Росія зробила? Росія привела на територію Європи Північну Корею. Ви тільки собі, я вже не беру репутаційну складову для самої Росії. Ви дивіться, країна, яку вчора всі боялись у Європі, вона не може своїми силами, вона змушена звернутись до іншої країни, набагато більш відсталішої Північної Кореї, віддати їй свою територію. Дивіться, це ж контингент Північної Кореї на території Росії. Ви тільки собі усвідомте це. Тобто Росія сьогодні економічно є сателітною по відношенню до Китаю, а з військової точки зору сателітною по відношенню до Північної Кореї. Це глобальний злам. І для того, щоб відволікти від цього, вони говорять про якусь там, буде Сполучені Штати підтримувати Україну чи Ізраїль. Це буде вибір. Ні, немає такого вибору. І, на мій погляд, якраз таки адміністрація Трампа має усвідомити на в свою чергу інше. І я думаю, що вони це зроблять, коли будуть відбріфовані, коли отримують аналітику в повному обсязі. Це війна про те, хто буде домінувати, хто буде перший номер в світі. Або це буде альянс, де Росія на чолі, і вони будуть казати, якщо щось нам не подобається, ми будемо через насилля досягати свого результату. Або це буде продовжувати домінувати Сполучені Штати. Мені здається, що за часів Трампа очікувати, що він погодиться бути другим номером, це трошки було б, це треба не знати Трампа тоді.
Це теж правда. Я хотів би до вас обох звернутися із запитанням, щоб дати нашим глядачам розуміння. Оскільки зараз формується транзитна команда Трампа, я говорив з людьми, які консультують цю команду, і чув, що практично зараз ще немає навіть груп людей, які відповідали би за певні напрямки. Тобто немає ще навіть конкретних груп. Є шорт-лісти, є 4-5 кандидатів, з яких Трамп обиратиме на державні посади. Але в цих умовах і Тель-Авіву, і Києву треба бути на зв'язку із командою переможця вже зараз, не після 20 січня. Пан посол, пан Михайло, а як взагалі, просто зараз відбуваються контакти із командою обраного президента, те, що називається тут англійською «president-elect»?
Я можу сказати, що наш прем'єр-міністр вже тричі спілкувався з президентом Трампом, і в них дуже давні, дуже міцні стосунки, вони знайомі вже дуже багато років, тому це не питання, як побудувати, це просто питання відновлення стосунків між нашим прем'єр-міністром і президентом Трампом. Вони дуже добре знають один одного. Я впевнений, що ці стосунки будуть дуже корисні як Сполученим Штатам, так і Ізраїлю. І вони вже працювали в минулому, і я впевнений, що будуть працювати навіть краще в майбутньому. Це взагалі не питання.
Тобто ви вибудовуєте таку горизонтальну пряму. Пане Подоляк, а як Україна вибудовує зараз стосунки з командою Трампа?
В сучасному світі тільки прямі комунікації дозволяють позбутись багатьох спекуляцій, які формують в медійному просторі зацікавлені інші особи. І тому на сьогоднішній день є перше комунікації на рівні президент-президент. Мається на увазі 47-й президент Сполучених Штатів пан Трамп, президент України пан Зеленський. А комунікації на рівні помічників пана Трампа, ви праві, сьогодні ще немає формальної структури. Я думаю, до інавгураційних процесів це буде постійна дискусія внутрішня і абсолютно нормальна дискусія, хто які напрямки там нацбезпека, оборона, фінанси, юстиція, інші напрямки будуть очолювати, але з помічниками вже сьогодні на різних рівнях представники команди Зеленського працюють. Третя складова – це, не забуваємо, інститути. Республіканська партія на різних рівнях, знову ж таки, дуже добрі стосунки у України. Багато разів сюди приїздили і конгресмени, і сенатори від республіканської партії, ну, безумовно, від демократичної партії. Не забуваємо, що я вважаю, двопартійна підтримка – це запорука сталих, стабільних відносин з Сполученими Штатами. Але я б трошки інше підкреслив, дуже коротко, щоб ви розуміли, що мені подобається в ситуації сьогодні в Сполучених Штатах. Ви пам'ятаєте, напередодні дня Х, дня голосування, було багато розмов, що незалежно від вибору американського виборця, ми отримаємо розкол в американському суспільстві, буде протистояння, жорстке протистояння і так далі. Але що ми сьогодні бачимо? Абсолютно міцну країну, яка спокійно прийняла результати. Мало того, чітко зафіксувала, що перехідний період буде абсолютно робочий. Ми бачимо, що сьогодні навколо вже президента Трампа починають гуртуватись там політичні еліти. Вони розуміють, що наступна каденція – це каденція Трампа, тобто немає жодного розколу, і це говорить про силу Сполучених Штатів. Маємо це оцінити. І, безумовно, я вважаю, що одна справа – це кандидат Трамп, інша справа – це президент Трамп. Президент Трамп – це набагато більший обсяг відповідальності, набагато більш глибоке розуміння проблематик глобальних, в тому числі до чого може привести неправильна фіналізація війни на Близькому Сході, безумовно, неправильна фіналізація війни в Східній Європі і, безумовно, недооцінка суттєвих намірів Путіна. Не тільки те, що він там декларує, а навіть те, що він думає робити далі. І тому мені здається, що якраз таки ми будемо мати дуже гарні робочі стосунки на рівні президента України, президента Сполучених Штатів, України і Сполучених Штатів. І я все ж таки вважаю, що Ізраїль має бути і сьогодні, і завтра, і післязавтра дуже близьким партнером України в різних сенсах цього слова.
Хороший меседж, щоб поставити крапку. Дякую обом нашим гостям. Будемо сподіватися, що ці дві війни, дуже схожі війни, що вони завершаться і завершаться. Ну, знаєте, як часто використовується слово «just peace». Це звучить однаково. «Just peace» – це просто мир, і «just peace» – справедливий мир. Що цей мир, що у випадку з Ізраїлем, що у випадку з Україною, він буде справедливим. Дякую дуже за розмову, а нашим глядачам хочу сказати, що ми зараз ще продовжимо ще з однією думкою. Ну і на цьому ми не закінчуємо цю розмову, тому що є можливість побачити ще трішки інший кут зору. Ми з вами щойно говорили з послом Ізраїля в Україні. Є можливість почути посла України в Ізраїлі. І в принципі, я навмисно поставлю ті самі запитання, але трішки інша думка, трішки інший погляд, можливо, трішки інші аргументи у нас будуть. Перше, що ми обговорювали щойно тут в студії, була дискусія, чи може бути Ізраїль таким, знаєте, медіатором або адвокатом, посередником між Україною і новою адміністрацією американською, бо все одно по-іншому доведеться вибудовувати стосунки.
Дивіться, на мою думку, це дорога завжди із двостороннім рухом. Оскільки у Ізраїля є свої складнощі в стосунках з теперішньою американською адміністрацією, я впевнений, що не все буде дуже супер чудово із новою адміністрацією. Оскільки завжди є певні обмеження. Тому мені здається, що говорити про адвокацію чи посередництво Ізраїля в стосунках з новою адміністрацією США, мабуть, скоріше недоречно. Мені здається, що Ізраїлю було б цікаво, мабуть, також посередництво певне українське, яке стосується наших чудових стосунків з Саудівською Аравією, наприклад. Про це, може, не варто говорити публічно багато, так, але я впевнений, що нам завжди є один одному, що запропонувати.
Тобто кажуть, що співробітництво – це така two-way street, те, що називається, дорога із двостороннім рухом. Це якраз про це.
Безумовно. Безумовно. Тому я нагадую, що у президента Зеленського на сьогоднішній день гарні стосунки з переможцем президентських перегонів в Сполучених Штатах. Він один із дуже небагатьох лідерів європейських, який зустрічався з ним останній час перебування в Нью-Йорку. І, на мій погляд, іде прямий діалог, досить цікавий і важливий. Впевнений, що нова адміністрація, вибудовуючи схеми чи плани стосунків щодо врегулювання війни в Україні, буде прослуховуватися чи буде взаємодіяти з українською адміністрацією. Але, безумовно, ми будемо вдячні ізраїльській стороні за будь-яку підтримку, поради, пропозиції. Я би просто уникав слова посередництво, оскільки це ми вже пробували посередничати з Російською Федерацією, пам'ятаєте, на початку війни, що ні до чого не привело. Тут скоріше просто дружня взаємодія. Я нагадаю, що у нас був досвід успішної дружньої взаємодії, наприклад, коли наші лобісти в Вашингтоні спільно працювали над отриманням грантової допомоги для України і Ізраїля. Ви пам'ятаєте, Україна отримала 61 мільярд, Ізраїль отримав десь близько 20 мільярдів. Тобто тоді наші лобісти працювали разом в Вашингтоні і показали, що у них все виходить дуже чудово. Тому я думаю, що і в цій ситуації ми маємо координуватися, ми маємо співпрацювати, і я впевнений, що нам є що запропонувати Ізраїлю взамін.
Дивіться, тобто тоді був пакет для України, пакет для Ізраїлю, і вони абсолютно не конкурували. І вся ця тема російської пропаганди про те, що допомога Ізраїлю начебто відтягує ресурси, відтягує увагу, відтягує зброю від України. Це ж порожнє абсолютно. Безумовно.
Тому наші лобісти знайшли можливість працювати спільно, узгоджено із bipartisan, тобто із демократами, з республіканцями в Конгресі для того, щоб ця допомога стала можливою. Я проводжу це просто як приклад, але таких прикладів взаємодії може бути дуже багато. І я згадав одну із держав близькосхідних, яка є нашим близьким другом, і в стосунках з якою я теж вважаю, що Україна могла б допомогти Ізраїлю вибудовувати свою взаємодію.
Якщо можна, дайте мені тоді ще приклад щодо військової взаємодії. Розумію, що є закрита чи секретна частина, але є, можливо, те, що на поверхні, що ми можемо сказати зараз. Ізраїль цікавить наша боротьба із іранськими дронами, так? Якщо зараз російська умовна коаліція постачає їх.
Дивіться, в рамках допомоги Україні ізраїльська сторона повністю надала все необхідне для створення системи раннього оповіщення. І ми знаходимося на фінальній стадії її запуску в Україні. Фактично, частина її вже використовується, і тут можна говорити про радари ізраїльського виробництва трьохмірні, і це не є секретом, які використовують військові вже сьогодні. І вони є абсолютно придатними чи можливими для закупівлі у більших обсягах в разі необхідності. Стосовно взаємодії відносно дронів, ви знаєте, що, на жаль, один із дронів іранського типу «Шахед» вразив військову базу нещодавно на півночі від Тель-Авіва, і було близько 70 поранених і 4 загиблих. Тоді ізраїльські журналісти знайшли моє інтерв'ю, якому було 1,5 роки, коли я привіз шматок великий «Шахеда» і передав від президента України в якості подарунка прем'єр-міністру Нетаньяху. І тоді президент просив наголосити на тому, що нам потрібно взаємодіяти, інакше до вас прилетить. Тобто, насправді, ми бачимо, що наші дві війни дуже сильно поєднані. У нас спільні вороги, у нас спільні партнери, я маю на увазі Сполучені Штати Америки, країни демократичної Європи. І відносно ворогів, знову-таки, це Іран і його проксіс, за якими стоїть Російська Федерація. І в інтерв'ю ізраїльським журналістам я нещодавно говорив, що ви знаєте, що пару тижнів тому величезні склади російської зброї, свіжої російської зброї, були знайдені в Лівані. Тобто зброї виробництва минулого року. І я сказав, що я не здивуюся, якщо завтра будуть знайдені північно-корейські ракети, наприклад, в Лівані. Тому що це є частини одної вісі зла на сьогоднішній день. Іран, його проксіс, відповідно, хусіти, Хезболла, Хамас, озброєні угрупування, які працюють з території Сирії і Іраку, і відповідно, за якими стоїть і Російська Федерація, і всіляко їй сприяє. І я ж кажу, що, скоріш за все, Північна Корея буде також присутня на цьому фланзі, на цьому фронті бойових дій, як, власне, ми їх бачимо в Україні зараз.
У мене тоді до вас останнє запитання. Я неймовірно вдячний, що ви доєдналися, щоб просто закінчити. Меседж, який я почув від посла Бродського, меседж дуже цікавий, що Ізраїль вважає, що нова американська адміністрація може допомогти зараз не стільки грошима, не стільки військовою допомогою чи військовими поставками. Це все теж потрібно. Але вони більше чекають на політичне рішення і політичний тиск для того, щоб завершувати цю війну. Чи ми можемо те саме схоже сказати про Україну?
Ну, як я вам казав, наші дві війни дуже сильно пов'язані. І виглядає інколи так, що вони координуються з одного центру. Тому я думаю, що до певної міри так, нам потрібна стратегічна допомога наших союзників саме для того, щоб знайти рішення, яке дозволило б зупинити війну на прийнятних для нас справедливих умовах і для того, щоб перестали гинути люди. Безумовно, це стратегічне питання, і воно дуже складне і багатовекторне. Тобто тут не можна зараз умовно розуміти, як це станеться, тому що це дуже власне зараз і вирішується це питання. Мені відомо, що в Вашингтоні створюються синктенки з цього приводу, які будуть пропонувати новій адміністрації пошук рішення і відносно Ізраїля, відносно війни в Україні, як найбільшого, ви знаєте, найбільшої війни на території Європи з початку Другої світової. Тобто, безумовно, нову адміністрацію Сполучених Штатів це питання цікавитиме, а нас воно цікавитиме ще більше, тому що ми розуміємо, що самотужки нам навряд чи вдасться цю війну зупинити на прийнятних, на справедливих для нас умовах.
Дякую за розмову. Дякую, що приєдналися.
Гарного дня.
Shalom lekulam. I want to thank the Jewish Confederation of Ukraine and the Jerusalem Post for this important event and the opportunity to speak with you very shortly. Both in Israel and in Ukraine, we are facing difficult wars. I hope that we can reach in the near future into peace, stability, and to make sure that we can continue to build the communities in Ukraine. During the war, we have invested a lot of efforts in summer schools, in assisting the communities, empowering the communities, and do whatever we can to support the Jewish community in Ukraine with many partners, the Joint, Chabad, and others. I hope that Bezrat Hashem, this war will end and we can build the future together, empower the Jewish community, and assist everyone who want to make Aliyah to come into Eretz Israel. I hope that the war in Ukraine will end soon and we can focus again, not on emergency, but on building the community, empowering Jewish education, and make sure that we have the Jewish community to prosper and to grow in Ukraine together with our efforts. Toda Rabba.
Firstly, I want to begin by affirming that the United States government stands firmly with the people of Ukraine as they bravely fight back against Russia's invasion. Your resilience and your courage inspire us all, and we stand with you in solidarity. Like so many of you listening to this message today, we too are deeply concerned by the dramatic rise in anti-Semitic incidents and discourse around the world in the 12 months since October 7th, 2023. The Hamas terrorist attacks constituted the largest loss of Jewish life since the Holocaust. For many Jews around the world, the massacres that day, broadcast live by many of the perpetrators, brought to the surface painful memories and scars left by millennia of anti-Semitism and by the genocide of Jews by the Nazis and their collaborators just 80 years ago. It is imperative that we think of anti-Semitism as more than solely a threat to the welfare of Jews and the Jewish community, although that is reason enough to fight it. Anti-Semitism is also a threat to democracy. Those who believe in the conspiracy myth that Jews control the financial system, control the media, control the government, see democracy as an illusion. The notion that anti-Semitism is confined to the fringes of society is a dangerous fallacy. It does not lurk in the shadows. Instead, it is influencing attitudes and behaviors across all segments of our community, from boardrooms to classrooms. This pervasive hatred must be addressed head-on. Indeed, malign actors recognize the power of anti-Semitism to corrode trust in public authorities, in divisions between segments of society, to sow unrest and undermine democratic societies. By exploiting this age-old prejudice, they aim to erode trust and cooperation both domestically and on the global stage, posing a grave threat to both national and international security. We have seen this particularly starkly in how the Kremlin uses anti-Semitism to spread disinformation and propaganda to justify its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Recently, the United States led a global effort to counter the dramatic surge in anti-Semitism. Over 40 governments and international bodies joined us in launching the global guidelines for countering anti-Semitism in Argentina in July 2024. Among the signatories were both the Ukraine and Israel. This initiative brought together a diverse group of stakeholders to develop a unified approach to countering anti-Semitism. The global guidelines underscore the importance of a collective effort to counter this pervasive hatred and promote tolerance and respect for the dignity and human rights of all persons. We continue to collaborate with our partners to encourage even more countries to endorse the guidelines. The guidelines can be used widely at various levels of government and by civil society organizations, schools, sports federations, businesses, and other entities. They focus on practical public policy areas, including education, security, data collection, and whole of society efforts. While the United States fully supports freedom of expression and peaceful assembly, our strong belief in these freedoms does not mean that we sit idly by as individuals and groups spread abuse, harassment, or toxic expressions of hatred. It is important to call out and condemn all manifestations of anti-Semitism and other forms of hate which can lead to violence. This is one of the 12 basic practices highlighted in the global guidelines. All leaders should call out anti-Semitism whenever and wherever it arises. When anti-Semitism is tolerated or ignored, it can undermine democratic values of tolerance, diversity, equality, and freedom. Calling out anti-Semitism is crucial, but it also must be accompanied by concrete actions that will protect Jewish communities. The United States commends the authorities in the many countries that have taken steps to safeguard Jewish communities. We urge all governments to take the security of Jewish communities seriously and to use the resources at their disposal to ensure the safety and security of these communities, including appropriate investigation, prosecution, and punishment for those who commit anti-Semitic hate crimes. Despite the worsening situation for Jews around the world, it is important that we not be overcome by pessimism. Being Jewish is not something you do defensively. We must remember what we are protecting from assault. We must be motivated far more by our love for the insights, wisdom, and joy embedded in Jewish culture than by those who harbor an inexplicable hatred of us. Let us stand together, united in our commitment to combat anti-Semitism and embrace the rich traditions and cultures of Jewish life. By doing so, we not only protect our communities, but we uphold the values of democracy, tolerance, and human dignity.
Mr. Loshkin, Mr. Klein, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Let me warmly thank you for giving me the opportunity of sending you this message, addressing you on the occasion of the 2024 special edition of the Kyiv Jewish Forum. The difficult circumstances under which this online conference takes place continue and have become even more challenging since last year. Over 2.5 years, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine has inflicted trauma and death on the Ukrainian people. It has also severely affected the Ukrainian Jewish community, which is the 4th largest Jewish community in Europe. As all Ukrainian citizens, the community has been suffering heavily because of the war, and many have been displaced. It has also been more than a year since the horrific Hamas attacks on Israel on 7th of October, the deadliest pogrom against Jews since the Shoah. Not a day goes by that I do not think of the hostages who are still held by Hamas under inhumane conditions. May they finally come home. Both tragedies are deeply intertwined with the global rise in antisemitism. Levels of antisemitism were already alarmingly high before the Hamas attacks, with Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine aggravating anti-Semitic attitudes. Since the Hamas pogrom and the war that ensued in Gaza, antisemitism has skyrocketed. Europe witnesses a significant rise in hate incidents and violence targeting the Jews. Acts include the firebombing of Jewish premises, such as synagogues, physical attacks on Jewish persons, homes, restaurants, and shops. Across Europe, Holocaust monuments have been defaced with false comparisons of Jews and Nazis, thereby trivializing the Shoah. Almost all Jews in the EU are encountering antisemitism either online or offline, and 8 out of 10 avoid carrying or displaying items in public that would make them recognizable as Jews. The incidents that we have seen over the past year have reminded us of Europe's darkest chapter. Yet, it is possibly for the first time in the long and painful history of antisemitism on this continent that we not only fight antisemitism, but also actively engage in fostering Jewish life. The EU strategy on combating antisemitism and fostering Jewish life adopted in 2021 gives many concrete examples. It has triggered national strategies in 23 EU countries, and we expect all countries to adopt their strategies. 20 countries have appointed national envoys or coordinators. The EU Commission is also committed to leading the global fight against antisemitism, and it is in this capacity that I speak to you today. The Commission joined forces with international partners and signed in July 2024 global guidelines on countering antisemitism. It's signed by 42 countries and international organizations. We have also taken action to support the Ukrainian Jewish community. In 2023, the Commission allocated 1.4 million euros to support the Ukrainian Jewish community to provide first aid, protect and evacuate people, including Holocaust survivors, to safe places inside Ukraine and in the EU. Additionally, we have allocated 7 million euro to combat antisemitism and preserve Jewish heritage in Ukraine. These and many other measures are in place to foster Jewish life in Europe, which is at the heart of our strategy. Our ultimate goal is to ensure that Jews can live free from security concerns and go about their lives in line with their religious and cultural traditions, just like everybody else. And just as with the Jewish community in Ukraine and in Europe, we continue to fully support the people of Ukraine in their fight against the aggressor. Slava Ukraini, Am Yisrael Chai.
Just a week ago, on the streets of Amsterdam, Israeli fans of Maccabi Tel Aviv were experiencing what we call a pogrom. They were beaten up, they were cursed at, they were treated in ways that we wouldn't even want to remember the connotation to where it brings us to. And because of that, we are here with two professionals in the Jewish world, and we're going to talk about anti-Semitism. So hello to Mark Levin, the CEO of the National Coalition for Euro-Asian Jewry. You're based here in DC. And Dr. Zohar Raviv, International VP of Education for Birthright Israel, and a very well-known thought leader in the Jewish world when it comes to Jewish education. So maybe we'll start with you, Mark. We were speaking before the broadcast, and you were saying how, in your opinion, what we see around the world now, the manifestation of anti-Semitism, actually was beginning in the area that you cover, Eurasia. Care to elaborate?
Yes. First, thank you for including me today. Pleasure to be sharing the panel. I wish we were here under better circumstances, both directly related to Ukraine, but also for the larger Jewish world and obviously 100%. The state of Israel. My organization, NCSEJ, has been dealing with the issue of anti-Semitism literally for decades now. Mm-hmm. What we saw after the breakup of the Soviet Union is really a precursor of what we're experiencing now, which was a rise in popular anti-Semitism, sometimes fueled by certain governments, but most of the time it was a coming together of the far left and the far right. We used to call it the Red-Brown Coalition. Mm-hmm. They agreed on very few things, but when
now
they came together...
Red-Green Coalition,
right,
whatever, yeah.
So this is something that we have tried to address, literally, as I said, literally for decades with governments, to get them, one, to recognize when a problem exists, how to then deal with the problem. Is it through passage of laws, enforcement of those laws, education, outreach to cultural and other types of iconic figures? Mm-hmm. It's been a multi-pronged approach, but I have to say, what we've seen over the last few years is not something I don't think any of us could have ever imagined happening in the early part of the 21st century.
Right, 100%. Zohar, you want to kind of continue with his thought? And it's interesting because until you said that, I didn't realize, of those extremes getting together, I guess in the 90s?
It started in the 90s, but it was there before. I mean, I think
obviously, right?
No. But I think what people didn't realize, one thing that happened during the Soviet era was the masking of nationalism, mm-hmm. ultra-nationalism, extremism. Mm-hmm. With the implosion of the Soviet Union, all of a sudden, it was like lifting a rock, mm-hmm. and all of those horrible things that were underneath the rock.
It's kind of what it felt like in Amsterdam, I think, on Friday. It was just like people just woke up and their inner beliefs just exploded out there. So, Zohar, happy to hear your thought.
First of all, thank you for inviting me, and I'm honored to be with you on this panel. As a matter of fact, I think that there are far greater experts than me to speak about the history and the ramifications of anti-Semitism in the Jewish world. However, you invited me to speak about it from an educational perspective,
100%.
which I believe should be viewed from a strategic rather than a tactical standpoint. And what I mean by that is that we need to make a very clear distinction between what I call the site of anti-Semitism and the vision of how to deal with anti-Semitism. And where it comes to the site of anti-Semitism and its context, I wholeheartedly agree with my colleague and everything that he has led in fighting anti-Semitism. From an educational standpoint, however, and this is my main message, is that fighting anti-Semitism should never be a goal, but rather should be an outcome. And what I mean by that is that Jewish, Israel, and Zionist education should focus on the inner mechanisms of Jewish life, its values, its ideas, its controversies, its discussions, and build a Jewish identity that is motivated from the inside.
Not from the outside.
And not reactive to the outside. In other words, a Jewish identity that is fostered and based on Jewish resilience and pride, and not a Jewish identity that is reactive to external threats to Jewish life. And only then, I believe, and that's what we're focusing on Birthright Israel, is that if we cultivate such a generation of Jews, one of the outcomes will be is that they will be internally motivated to fight anti-Semitism rather than externally instructed
But
to
many
do so.
people, for instance, may not have, gotten to Birthright because they weren't engaged, and now they possibly would when the war's over, etc. So the external threat was what actually pushed them forward. You can't ignore that. And I'll just add one more, waves of Aliyah, immigration to Israel, right? Most people that made Aliyah to Israel did it not necessarily because of Zionism, but because they were fleeing from some place.
Right.
Well, I don't think it's either or.
Right, exactly.
I think it's a combination, and I think one thing is not to make Jews feel apologetic for being Jewish.
Right.
The movement to free Soviet Jews empowered a whole generation of young American Jews
That's
and
true.
Jews around the world.
That was taking something, turning it into a positive. But I want my question to be...
Tragedy as a motivator is a powerful one and always has been in the, let's say, in the arena of the human condition in general, not just Jewish one. The question for an educator and for an educational institution is, regardless of the motivator, what do I do now that I have this participant in their seat? And how do I transform their identity, not to turn this motivator into the byword of their ongoing Jewish identity? And that's what we're trying to do.
So in other ways, in a way, right, there is generations of Jews that were educated about Judaism through the Holocaust, right? It's interesting how I sound American, but I grew up in Israel. Every single kid, Jewish kid who went through Jewish day school, there's certain books like, from, I forgot the name now, but Night, I think, right? And Elie Wiesel, and there's certain documents that they had to learn, and it's part of their identity. Every single one of them, you'll stop them, right? They read it. So that's part of their identity is this Holocaust, right?
It's more than that, and you've heard me say this before. I think that
I like listening to you. That's why we had you come.
Our story, as I say it, our story is the story of the ever-living people, and our narrative is many a time the narrative of the ever-dying people. And we should change our narrative to correspond with our story. That's the mandate of education, in my opinion.
Okay.
My generation came of age at the height of the Cold War. It was also post, it was the never again, we were the
never
again generation.
Right.
Yeah.
And that translated into, well, if what our parents and grandparents couldn't do for the Jews of Europe, we weren't going to fall in the same place or become the same victims for the Jews in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
And that was a strong motivating factor, but it wasn't the only one, because we were also coming, we were coming out of a generation, the post-World War II generation in this country was the first generation of Jews, again, that didn't apologize for being Jewish.
Yeah.
That they were exercising their rights.
Well, not all of them.
No, but a certain enough. And
those who succeeded.
Obviously, a lot had to do with the creation, the founding of the State of Israel, which was also an empowering event for American Jews and Jews around the world.
Right. So how can we turn, Zohar, how can we turn this situation now of a tragedy, right, moving people to either be closer or want to be closer, maybe on the other hand being kind of quiet and internally thinking? How are we able to take that to the next level of being, active and strategic, as you said?
I think that we're dealing, when we talk about the Jewish world in general, and especially about young adults, which is my and Birthright Israel's forte, is that we're dealing with what I call a silent majority that increasingly feels as a silenced minority. And we need to do two things from a strategic standpoint on this level. Number one, we need to reassure them and bring to their awareness the fact that they are the majority. In other words, they belong to a majority that really wants to wrestle with issues of Judaism, Israel, and Zionism in a responsible and intelligent manner. And second, we need to empower them and transform them gradually and systematically from a silent majority to a vocal one. And by vocal, I don't mean necessarily chanting a tikva or flaunting flags of Israel blindly, but rather saying in a non-apologetic manner, we want to discuss our Jewish identity and associations with Israel and Zionism responsibly, intelligently, in due context, without being bullied, threatened, or persuaded not to do so.
Right. But, I think there's an opportunity here. And let's face it, up until October 7th, there was a huge gap between young Jews in the diaspora in Israel and with the Jewish community many times. And then, and being critical of Israel. I think now some of them are less critical. Obviously, those in the extreme will be more critical of Israel. But shouldn't we embrace this? There are positivities to the situation. People are getting closer, not for the right reasons, but we were in a bad place. So you want to?
Again, the motivator has been the tragedy. But I truly believe as an educator that we are standing at the threshold of our finest hour as a people if organizations like mine and organizations led by my colleague work together in order to make sure that people re-embrace their Jewish identity, not because of tragedies, but despite of tragedies.
But are organizations working together? Because I could tell you I have a friend in the tech sphere who they were working on some startup regarding anti-Semitism, and they mapped out, all the organizations and everything. And my friend's like, he comes to me, he's like, "You have no idea." I was like, "What?" He's like, "They don't speak to each other." I was like, "Dude, welcome to show up business."
There's always been a certain level of cooperation and competition.
Right.
I mean, you can't escape it, particularly in the United States. However,
being the largest Jewish community in most organizations, etc.
It's also, remember, we're a community where we've never embraced the idea of a chief rabbinate.
Right.
And that we don't have a truly single umbrella organization. There are many organizations, but since October 7th, there's been a level and degree of cooperation that that I haven't seen in a very long time.
Right. And continuously.
And continuously.
Okay.
And, look, there are always going to be rivalries. There's always going to be some amount of competition, but there are moments in history that are wake-up calls, and October 7th was a wake-up call, and I think unfortunately a few days ago it was another wake-up call, and our ability to work together, I think, has become evident. I think that responding to the counterforces, to those who are promoting hatred, genocide, the removal of the Jewish homeland, are being met with a great deal of resistance, beyond resistance.
But some people would say, maybe there's a failure of the Jewish organizations for not engaging the younger generation, for not educating the younger generation. about their identity, about Israel. Now we're in a situation where people are, I wrote about this, where some, let's say a 50-year-old guy from a wealthy family, they've been donating to Holocaust, issues for years, but he never really, his father was the one, he passed away, and now he's like, okay, October 7th, suddenly he's singled out as a Jew. He moved his daughters to a private school because they were being, harassed. And he says, like, I don't know the organizations. I don't know the Bronfmans or the whatever, all the wealthy families and the organizations. And this is a guy, and he's in his philanthropic hat. But there's many people from other directions who don't have that connection, and maybe we weren't doing enough. And the question is, are we doing enough now?
Well, there's always. I don't like using the phrase Monday morning quarterbacking because it doesn't resonate beyond the United States so much, but there's always the ability to second guess.
100%.
And it doesn't mean that second guessing isn't right sometimes, but I think if we look at what's happened over the last year, there have been far more opportunities seized than missed. And I think in terms of a wake-up call for the younger generation, it's been a wake-up call. It's been a wake-up call for kids, for their parents, for their grandparents, and others. I firmly believe that we can always do more. The question is, how do we direct that? How do we take the resources that are available now? And there are tremendous amounts of resources available now. How do we utilize those?
Right, but everyone's doing their own thing, which may not be a bad thing.
Not necessarily.
There is, and I think there is a great deal of cooperation. There's a great deal of intersection, and there's integration and parallel tracks, and has it been a perfect response? No, because we've seen what, I hate using this phrase as well, what the other side has been doing, but the other side has been mobilizing in ways that, again, that we didn't imagine.
Right. But we could have, semi-competed with it because we have, in every university you have all these buildings, right, named for all these Jewish philanthropists. What about the content that's taught inside them?
That's being dealt with now, I think, in ways that hadn't been before. And
Zohar, you wanna?
First of all,
bail him out of this.
I'm
kidding.
I'm in full agreement. I think I just look at it from a different perspective because I think our perspectives are complementary. First of all, for me, Judaism and Jewish education should never build their foundations on crisis mode. And we are at a crisis mode, and we've been on crisis mode for the better part of more than a year now, and we should realize that. In other words, I think that the tremendous response of the American and the global Jewish community to what had happened in Israel on October 7th and in the rest of the Western world starting October 8th has been and continues to be remarkable. However, the memory of tragedies eventually dissipate. That's also part of the human condition. And if we do not, again, I hate to say, but if we do not leverage this moment of global Jewish awareness.
No, but I agree with that. I agree with that. We shouldn't be embarrassed to say it.
Exactly. And we need to leverage this moment of unprecedented global Jewish awareness in order to start working, in order never to face another wake-up call. Because when I hear the term wake-up call, which I understand, it actually means indirectly that you were asleep. And I don't want to be asleep again.
But we will be,
Hopefully.
Historically, we need that hit on the head every few generations.
You're probably right. But in the interim stages, I believe that one of the lessons the Jewish world should heed to is that we need much more cooperation, much less redundancy, duplicity.
But can you give me an example of what is being done, being discussed within these rooms, right? And you're in many
First of all,
rooms and forums.
One of the forum that you and I are the coalition for the Jewish people that we run in Israel, Jewish people, which does tremendous work. The work that is being in Israel, the work that is being done between organizations such as Birthright Israel and Hillel and Chabad and others on campus and off in IACT and the initiatives by the Jewish Federations of North America.
But do we need a new quote-unquote birthright? Right? Because birthright now has become, don't take offense, part of the establishment. Okay, it wasn't when it started.
A rite of passage in a way, which is a great achievement, I think.
100%. So maybe there needs to be that young, different kind of, chutzpah-ish organization or movement of people.
If you talk to Gidi Mark, our CEO, you'll see whom you know very well. You know that chutzpah and rethinking outside the box, that's his forte.
That's his forte, yeah.
Birthright Israel under his leadership never became a rite of passage that kind of thrives on its laurels, but actually reinvents itself all the time. And we've been busy reinventing ourselves since October 7th. And I think that in some ways, there's much more work to be done. In other ways, I think we've done great work.
Look, there are...
Very diplomatic answer.
There are levels of cooperation among different organizations, among religious streams.
Right.
That, and again, it may have started in tragedy. The hope is that it will go beyond that. But the work between the cooperation between federations and national agencies, some of who used to be called the defense agencies, is at an unprecedented level today.
Right.
And look, my movement was started. We started on the outside, and we began. And
became mainstream.
We became mainstream.
Right.
There are many young people in particular who are outside of the mainstream now.
Yeah.
Who are speaking out since October 7th, but are trying to utilize the resources that are available from the mainstream without sacrificing what they believe in.
So I wanted to ask you, with relevance to that. So, do you feel, as an American Jew, because Zora and I are Israelis, so do you feel that Israel, both as a state, but also as a nation or whatever, is doing enough to produce, whether it materials, information, even news, even research, like enough for these young Jews or older Jews who want to tell the story in the way they believe to be so, but don't have the tools?
I think there are more than enough tools being generated from Israel, let alone within the United States. I think it's how we get that information, those resources, those tools out to the people that need them. Look, since the founding of the state, there's been a push-pull relationship with the diaspora, in particular with the American diaspora.
Yeah.
And
and there always will be.
And there always will. I mean, Israelis believe they know
everything.
That they know the American Jewish community as well, if not better. And the American Jewish community is saying that the Israelis don't understand. And will we ever get over that divide? No. But again, I think, as there have been other wake-up calls, this has been one. But we've also, how do we, one question here, and I think it's probably similar in other diaspora communities, how do we expand our outreach beyond the people that we're already in contact with or on the periphery? Because, in the United States, we're talking about, it's still a significant Jewish community that is that's defined in many different ways.
Very different ways.
But I'll add to that something, with your permission, because I fully agree with your analysis, but I'm actually from a strategic and educational standpoint, one of the things that can be done in light of what you call this divide, which I acknowledge as well, and we acknowledge as well, is really
not thrive, but we
this is the world in which we live.
We live in trying to bridge that divide.
We need to
cultivate in different ways.
Yeah,
and we need to cultivate. The sort of people, both in Israel and in the USA, who are what I call culturally and conceptually bilingual. In other words, it's not just enough to send
100%.
information from Israel, Zvika. You need to send it in an American way.
You need the nuance.
And the Americans need to talk to Israelis in a language that Israelis
It's
can
not just
understand.
English, it's American.
Exactly.
It's not just Hebrew, it's
You
Israeli.
need moderators between the two continents who are able to speak to both cultures.
And
kind
is
of,
there any, I mean, is this just a theory or something that
no,
can be...
I think that educational organizations that do work, such as Onward, Birthright Israel, other organizations who do this work on both shlichut, should aspire to cultivate such educators and people who now become a two-sided bridge between the communities and are able sometimes to translate to the one what the other actually meant when they said
So
what
when I
they
asked
said.
you the question, what I was aiming at, and I'll tell you my opinion, is that Israel did not, when it comes to mainstream news, okay, did not invest, did not do enough to tell our own story because we weren't ready for it. The Prime Minister's office didn't have enough people. The Foreign Ministry, which is an internal issue but has effects all over the world, is not as strong as it used to be. So war breaks out. IDF spokesperson's unit is amazing, doing very good things. Lots of people, you know, whether serving there or doing, their reserve duty. But we don't have spokespeople not on uniform, barely any. And when we find a few, then they fire them. So,
I won't comment on that.
No, but what I'm saying is, the amount of requests for interviews and for briefings was probably at the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. And they were able to, we as a country were able to answer maybe few requests, okay? So that's a big deal. So maybe like one of the solutions is, you know, what Zara is saying, taking the bilinguals and utilizing their efforts. Israel is a country full of people from all over the world. Right. We have people speaking every single language.
Our human capital is one of our greatest assets, and it's not even being remotely.
Exactly. So I feel like if we were giving more, you know, more stats, more human interest stories, you know, more briefings, explanations to all these journalists that came to Israel, I feel like maybe here in America, right, or at other places, the story would be perceed differently.
I think on the margins.
Okay.
No, I really do, because I think that
at the end of the day, there's a narrative.
No, well, there's a narrative, but what you were talking about is what a number of organizations and others were doing. I think that for the most part, the way the story was told, the narrative here, was headed in a positive way, and then it was overwhelmed.
Yeah,
it was overwhelmed. It goes to something that I wanted to raise, and it's the whole disinformation, information that's inflicted the world, and it's coming primarily from, you know, a half a dozen places.
The people that don't like us.
That don't like open and free societies, democracies, the so-called Western world.
Jews,
intellectuals, you know, the tried and true. But what a lot of these state actors are doing is not picking a side. They're working both sides, trying to sow discontent, trying to disrupt what's been in place, so that when tragedies occur or violent actions, they're trying to manage both sides. And, you know, we've seen this in successive elections. We've seen this not just in the United States, but elsewhere. We see it in how the Russians are trying to get the message out about why they went into Ukraine. I mean, I can't tell you how much time I spent trying to knock down this notion that they were going in trying to defeat a neo-Nazi, fascist, anti-Semitic state.
Yeah.
One of the biggest canards that they pressed here.
By the way, I once tweeted something that had, and again, I was not taking sides. Obviously, most Israelis support Ukraine, but I had an exclusive photo of a soldier coming back, and some Jewish soldier took a picture of him on the train, and there was a bag with a swastika. Okay, but like I got it from a direct contact, and that tweet was taken by the Russians, and You know, like it had a life of its own for months. For months. I've never had like millions of impressions. I've never had anything like that because it's taking a specific thing. Like, oh, look, right? And that becomes...
Look, part of their narrative is that Ukraine was persecuting Christians, let alone Jews.
Right.
And the impact that it had in this country on the evangelical
community.
Parts of the evangelical community was huge.
That's so
And it
interesting.
took, I can't tell you what the effort was to counter that and to get people in this country, evangelicals and in particular, but others as well, to understand that the level of religious freedom is so much greater in the country that was invaded as opposed to the invaders.
Right. It was a narrative that was very difficult to
and this has
combat.
spilled over to anti-Semitism.
Yeah. So you mentioned this in a half sentence, and I think this is something that Zohar could definitely relate to. It's kind of my half hobby is diasporas, not Jewish diaspora, but it's a fascinating thing. So I actually once went with Gidi Mark, the CEO of Birthright, to Lithuania. They had a state-sponsored conference, and they wanted to learn from different countries. And one of the things they wanted to learn about was from Birthright, because they have a huge decrease. You know, people leaving the country, young people, and they want to bring them back or have them be affiliated. So Zohar, how are other countries, dealing with this type of situation? I think it's fascinating.
It is fascinating, and you're right that they kind of look at the Jewish people
as a model, as
a model of diaspora, which is really, really unique. I mean,
including by the way,
forced upon us, but
like from South Korea, they'll come and they want to learn.
If you want to have a story about that,
Ireland, Macedonia, Lithuania. I was there with
Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan. They want to understand how to engage their expatriates in a manner that pretty much comes and says to them, you have a homeland irrespective of the land which is your home right now.
Right.
And how do you build this kind of relationship?
Did you see anything that was different than what we're doing, that was successful or out of the box?
It's a very, very different context.
Yeah, well, every country is different.
First of all, they're much less, forgive me for saying it, but they're much less proficient in the language of crisis,
right,
than we are.
Yeah,
it's our DNA. For objective and historical reasons. So they are still in the process of shaping a language around the need itself. In other words, what is the position of an expatriate vis-a-vis their homeland, and why should we have a relationship with them? And for their expatriates, it's a mother country, motherland, but it's a very, very different context than the Jewish context, which is embedded in ancient texts, in history, in liturgy,
so it's
in
a
tradition.
Lot more cultural based,
much more
maybe religious, depending on
to a certain level. Yes.
Right.
Well, you look at the Armenian American community.
Yeah, that's a good example.
They took their lessons from the American Jewish community. I can't tell you how many diasporas, let alone governments, have come into our office and said, teach us. I said, I'll give you one quick example outside of the region, but only in China can a religion that has 100 million followers be called a religious minority.
Okay.
And the Falun Gong. And this goes back a number of years, but they came into our office and they said, teach us. How did you do what you did? Because we want to learn.
You know The Jew in the Lotus? That's a classic example about the Dalai Lama, right? The book of The Jew in the Lotus that wanted to learn from rabbis in America. How do you manage a life in the diaspora, in Galut, in exile, and sustain the vitality of my people?
That's fascinating. So we have to round up. So happy for every one of you to kind of summarize and think of looking forward. How should we be, combating anti-Semitism? But I think what we all agree upon is it's not just the act itself. It's really, I think, the education or the knowledge, the affiliation, the connection to Israel and to the Jewish people that will already make them be strong and sustainable.
Look, I think our biggest challenge, well, I should say, one of our biggest challenges is that we don't defeat ourselves from within. If we look at the history of our people,
in Israel, it's
historically.
No, but I'm saying in Israel now, past few months, weeks, it's already, getting to back to the them and us type situation.
No, without doubt. I think that we have to continue to look for those areas that we can cooperate on, but we also have to be honest, and we have to deal whether there's certain issues in Israel that have been left unresolved and need to be addressed. There are issues in this country, let alone other diasporas, that we haven't swept under the carpet because of October 7th. But as I said to an ambassador from Eastern Europe after the invasion by Russia of Ukraine, I said there's certain issues that have been left unresolved. It doesn't mean that they've gone away.
Right.
If there ever is a conclusion to this war, then we're going to come back and address those issues because they haven't gone away and they need to be resolved.
Okay, that's interesting.
I wholeheartedly agree, and I would add that we need to be very conscious of the fact that on the one hand, the global Jewish community and its non-Jewish allies need to be much more rigorous and unapologetic about fighting anti-Semitism as an unacceptable form of social discourse, period.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, not allow anti-Semitism become the byword of our Jewish identity formation. In other words, there are two parallel tracks here where each one does very important work, but we should not let them merge into one another, because if we do the latter, it could have destructive ramifications on Jewish identity for generations to come.
Right. So I think what I'm going to take from this conversation, I liked your theory about the people who are bilingual, or bicultural, and I think that's something that really needs to be kind of elevated, because there's so many people like that, but they're not necessarily, they don't know where to go or how to do it. So I think those types of people really need to be given some sort of a platform or a way
to facilitate
to facilitate what's within them.
Absolutely.
That's it. They don't have to, they know the two cultures. They just have to, kind of translate it to each other.
And in doing it in a way that doesn't make them feel inferior to
100%.
others.
Absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely.
So we all agree about that. So thank you, Dr. Zohar Aviv, and thank you, Mark Levin, for coming to the studio here in Washington. And let's hope we meet in better terms.
Absolutely.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. I'm very excited to introduce Bernard-Henri Lévy. You have too many titles, so I'm just going to look at you here on the screen. How are you doing today?
I'm okay. I am in the middle of a big campus tour that took me from one American university to another, in solidarity with the Jewish students who are, as you know, harassed, designated as targets, and isolated in their campuses. We are facing a very strange and terrible situation since October 7th.
So,
in American university, to say it in one word, all minorities are protected unconditionally, except the young Jews. They are no longer, or not enough.
So we all see the news all the time about campus anti-Semitism, but I'm curious to see someone like you, who's an intellectual, a philosopher, a thought leader for the Jewish people. When you go to a place like that, and you're a bit older than I am, not so much more, but a bit older, what can you give me an example of what people are telling you?
What people are telling me, it's not an example, it's a general
feeling.
A general story. They all say that they feel isolated, that they are in a deep disarray, and that America, who used to protect the Jews unconditionally, is now protecting them under condition that for the left, that they are not too pro-Israel, that they are not too much pro-Zionist. On the right, that they are not Democrats or not too much liberals. There is this new notion of a conditional protection and safety in a lot of campuses, the feeling of that. And I think it is true. I think that these young girls and boys are in a very difficult situation in some universities. I was on Michigan, on the campus of Michigan University. I was in UCLA. I was in USC. I was in Columbia. I was in Harvard, and this is the general feeling which I collected.
So, since you're a French Jew, is this what happened in France 10 or 20 years ago? And are we seeing the same thing, or is it different?
In France, there is something else. There is a deep anti-Semitism, which is very deeply rooted in our culture and in the population. In America, no. America is globally pro-Jews, but on campuses, there is this movement, which is very special, specific to America, and really a big concern. You have some demonstrations of crazy guys masked like Ku Klux Klan and chanting Free Palestine, globalized Intifada, and so on. And this can lead to the worst. You saw that in Amsterdam a few days ago, but what happened in Amsterdam can happen anywhere, even in America.
So, Bernard, I assume the part of your desire to go from campus to campus is to give hope and to teach about Jewish identity. So what do you tell them? What do you tell them?
I tell them, number one, that they don't have to be ashamed of supporting Israel, even from their liberal point of view. When they're liberals, they should be proud of Israel and of supporting Israel. They don't support Israel in spite of their liberal creed, but because of the liberal creeds. Israel is a real democracy with a real transgender or intergender brotherhood and so on. So I tell them that. I try to reinforce their conviction. And number two, on some points, I try to share my own experience. For example, Israel is accused of committing genocide. I know what a genocide is. I know it firsthand because I documented some genocides in Darfur, in Rwanda, in Bosnia. So I know what it is. And I really believe that associating the two words, Israel and genocide, is just moronic. It's just stupid. And I explain why. Same for apartheid, which is another of the bullet points of the pro-Hamas people on campuses. Apartheid is so stupid. Apply to a country, Israel, who has a minority of 20% of citizens, who have full citizenship, and who are not Jews, who are Arab, and so on, who are welcome to be so, and so on. You know, the anti-colonial argument, the idea that Israel is a colonial fact. Again, you have to be so ignorant to tell something like that. And this is what the message which I try to convey also to my young comrades on the campuses. I studied what is colonialism. I know what colonialism means, and it just does not match even a little with what Israel is today.
I have a question for you. So you've been engaged in Jewish life and thought for many years. I haven't spoken to you, I don't think, in the last year. But my sense is that, as many Jews, something has changed. Whether your approach or your thought regarding Jewish peoplehood, regarding Israel. Am I correct?
If I change myself, no, never.
Never. No,
Never,
but
no.
I'm saying, have you been affected in a way in the past year that maybe
Yes,
changed certain things you think?
I have been affected. Yeah. Two things happened since 1 year. Two things, a lot of things. But number one, October 7 was the proof that there is no place in the world where Jews are completely safe. This invasion of Israel by squadrons of Hamas proves that even Israel, which is a shelter for all persecuted Jews in the world, is not completely a shelter. One thing. Other thing, Amsterdam this week proves, conversely, proves that we need a strong Israel. Because look at what happened. And I thought in myself that thanks God Israel is there. You can have planes who come and take back the supporters of the Maccabi club to Israel. So at the same time, the fragility of Israel, at the same time, the necessity of Israel. I'm probably more aware of both of the two things since 1 year and 1 month, 13 months.
And how do you see us moving forward as a nation?
As a nation, I'm not pessimistic. I think that Zionism is not out of breath at all. I think that the democracy in Israel is more vibrant than ever. I was on Hostage Square a few months ago, delivering a speech for the comeback of the hostages. I was at the side of the families. Honestly, a country at war, in such a state of war, having on Saturday night such a demonstration of opposition to the government, that's the proof of such a vibrant and living democracy. It is an example for the rest of the world. And those who are on Hostage Square, they protest, but they fight. They protest on Saturday night, but on Sunday they are back in their battalion, if they are IDF, or they see their sons going back to their battalion to defend the fatherland. So this mix of patriotism and democracy is a proof that Israel is in good shape.
Okay. So finally, you also in the past few years created a film in Ukraine regarding the war there. How much of a similarity do you see between the two wars, the Russian-Ukrainian war and Israel Seven Front War?
I made 3 films about Ukraine.
Right.
I spent a lot of time since 2 years, and in a sense, since 10 years. And for me, it is the same battle. Same battle for freedom, same battle against authoritarian regimes, same battle against the same enemy, Iran for Israel, Russia for Ukraine. It's not the same, but they are so closely linked, Russia and Iran. They are so close allies that you can say that Israel and Ukraine are the 2 front lines of the same global war.
Okay. And finally, do you have a message for those watching in Israel, in the US, in Ukraine, who are tired, who are, who don't have a lot of hope? What message can you give them?
Of course they are tired. How could they not be tired? In Ukraine, 2 years of an incessant fight with so little weapons and a support from their allies who is so conditional and so weak. And in Israel, it's more than tired. Having 100 of your co-citizens, your parents, your affiliates, retained hostages, whom you can only imagine living in wet tunnels, in terrible conditions. This is more than tiring. It is It is a torture, a moral torture for every, of course, the families, but every Israeli and every Jews in the world. At least for me, I can tell you that one of my first thoughts every morning when I wake up in Paris or in Ukraine is for the hostages.
Wow.
For the hostages in Britain, in Gaza.
So, Bernard-Henri Lévy, thank you so much for your time. I know you're busy going from campus to campus, and thank you for doing what you're doing. And you should speak to us more and give us more strength and Jewish unity. So, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So during this broadcast, the word Iran has been mentioned many times. The Israeli-Hamas war is also called the Israeli-Iran proxy war by many people on 7 fronts all over the Middle East. We have 3 fascinating analysts here, one here in the studio, 2 in Israel. Here in the studio, we have Daniel Vaidich. I hope I said it right.
You did.
The president of Yorktown Solutions, an advisor to countries and to parties about American policy. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you.
And on the screen, we have Seth J. Fransman, the Jerusalem Post analyst for Middle East. Hello, Seth. He was frozen there for a second.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh,
Hello,
there
how
he
are you?
is. Okay.
Glad to be here.
And Yonah Jeremy Bob, who just got back from Israel, from the U.S. to Israel. He is our military correspondent. How are you?
Dude, all good.
Okay. So we'll start with Daniel. So Donald J. Trump wins the elections. Now they're establishing a government. From the American perspective, is this administration going to be different on Iran? Because, and I think definitely Yonah will be able to weigh in a second, we were waiting for an Iranian attack, and supposedly we're not really waiting for that attack anymore. So,
right. I mean, so there are, sort of questions being raised now. I mean, is this potentially, and we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but is this a sort of atmosphere now with respect to Iran that resembles, the victory of Ronald Reagan, over Jimmy Carter, and what sort of policy changes that resulted in, at least in the short term, when it comes to Tehran and its policies towards the United States, and in that context specifically the hostages. It may be. It's too soon to tell. I mean, we should not get ahead of ourselves. But without a doubt, I mean, when you look at, and you of course know the history of Donald Trump on Iran, and the fact that he dismantled the Obama-era nuclear deal, and really tightened the noose around the Iranian regime when it came to sanctions, that we're going to see a similar approach. And there are already indications of that in tangible ways. Brian Hook, who was the point person for Iran under the Trump administration, and really worked towards tightening these sanctions on Tehran, is now head of the transition team for the State Department. That's a very, very concrete indication.
That's good news.
For those of us who think that, again, that the policies toward Iran have been lax over the last few years, that's good news. That's definitely good news. And we've gotten to a situation where, if you just look at the energy front, Iran is back to exporting nearly 2 million barrels of oil a day. At the height of the Trump administration's policies, that was reduced to 70,000 barrels.
Oh, wow.
And so, we expect to go back to those sorts of policies and that sort of environment.
Okay. A bit of good news for today. That's finally. Yonah, so you also wrote a book about an Iranian attack, even before we attacked Iran, predicting what was going to happen. And so, are we still expecting an Iranian attack? Or, I mean, there are those that say Donald Trump was elected, they're waiting. Or not even doing it at all?
Look, it's anybody's guess. I was getting a number of indications last week that there could be an attack Thursday or Friday of last week. That didn't happen, okay? And the longer that sort of, Trump has been elected, and people get used to the idea of, you know, you're going to have to deal with him. So the Iranians have to think longer about, is it really worth it to go another round with Israel, where Trump will say, yeah, go blow up the nuclear program. He won't think twice about it. You know, the Biden administration was pressuring Israel not to do that. I think Israel now is a little bit more in the driver's seat. We've taken out 5 of their S-300 anti-aircraft defense systems. It took them 10 years to get that from Russia. That means they're basically defenseless. If we wanted to go in and blow up their nuclear program right now, we could do it. There's a debate about, you know, the United States could do it more elegantly, obliterate everything with a large bunker buster, but you can sabotage even the facilities that they have underground. You can break them. You can make it impossible to get access to them. So Israel is in the driver's seat. Defense Minister Yisrael Katz said today, this is the most doable point for taking out the nuclear program that it's ever been. Whether Israel will do that or not is still an open question, because sometimes, you know, people threaten to do things, and then, you know, the moment of truth, it is still a major move.
Okay, we still have to get used to Israel Katz as a defense minister, and we'll get back to you on that one. Seth, so what is going on in Iran at the moment? You know, there was a lot of contradicting reports after the Israeli attack. At the beginning, they were saying nothing happened. Afterwards, it was very symbolic, or certain facilities. Afterwards, like, okay, Israel did attack, but it wasn't dramatic. So, what are you hearing from them, and also from the region, from the countries around the region, with this respect?
Well, I think Iran's main goal at the moment, basically, is to use its foreign policy to try to isolate Israel. So we saw this week that the Iranian foreign minister is in Iraq for certain meetings. They also have a delegation in Kazakhstan to discuss Syria. They have another delegation in Lebanon, and they have a 4th delegation in Saudi Arabia today. That's all just basically in one day. So the Iranians are really working on all 6 cylinders to try to isolate Israel diplomatically. They're trying to work with the Saudis and Gulf countries, the Egyptians and Russians and others. At the same time, they're trying to operationalize militia groups, like a number of militias in Iraq, as well as the Houthis in Yemen and Hezbollah, to carry out attacks on Israel. So, for instance, we saw recently long-range Houthi ballistic missiles fired at Israel. We saw a large number of Iraqi drones directed at Israel over the last several days. So basically, they're trying to create a kind of ring around Israel to attack Israel from all sorts of directions. So even if Israel's able to win on one front, for instance, Gaza or Lebanon, or to take out the S-300 systems in Iran, the Iranians can create a whole series of other types of threats.
But diplomatically, like, what's their weight?
I think the Iranians have actually done a pretty good job if you look at their ability in terms of just meetings publicly. I mean, the fact that they're in Saudi Arabia today for this joint meeting of an Islamic organization as well as the Arab League. I mean, the Arab League ostensibly is Arab countries. The Iranians have made a lot of inroads in the Arab states. Now, with Trump coming back in power, it's possible that there could be a realignment, because the Arab states that did the Abraham Accords may now feel that they're not under this Iranian umbrella of threats, and they might say, okay, let's move back towards, you know, a U.S. Anchored foreign policy.
Interesting. So, Daniel, you kind of mentioned it, I think, a bit, but, you know, how much was the American involvement in Iran an influence on the way Israel attacked, or on the way, you know, other things happened in the Middle East with this current administration? Because, you know, many, you know, analysts, reports will say it was obviously the Israeli attacks were dumbed down and very specific and very kind of focused, and not, you know, creating a big mess. But that said, as you know, they both mentioned, you know, the Israeli Air Force was in the skies of Iran for 4 hours, Yona, something like that, like four hours, doing whatever they wanted. So they had the ability, but they kind of held back.
Right, and that's where, you know, there might be some contradictions here. Contradictions might be an overstatement, but maybe some countervailing sort of currents when it comes to, you know, where President Trump is on these dynamics. On the one hand, he, I believe, and his folks would have been more inclined to let Israel take care of business and do what needs to be done. On the other hand, Trump does want to see this thing contained and end quickly.
Right, he keeps on saying peace.
Correct, he does. He also uses in the Ukrainian context, right? But at the same time, Trump wants to affect dynamics in a way that where he can demonstrate that he has helped both the United States come out victorious from this situation. So it's not an easy circle to square. What I think it amounts to is, I think that the Trump administration, both now in the transition and once it takes office, is going to give a lot more leeway to Israel to do what needs to be done. But at the same time, the expectation will be that leeway and that support in terms of striking the Iranians and its proxies a lot harder than they've been allowed to under the Biden administration.
But
the expectation will be
in a limited time, right?
Correct. That's exactly right. The expectation will be that, look, we're going to give you this ability, we're going to give you this runway, use it effectively, because it's not a runway that's endless.
And it's not ongoing. It's going to be limited.
Yeah.
So Seth, you actually wrote a book a number of years ago about the threat of drones in warfare, and it's interesting because we've all been experiencing it, including in Ukraine, not only in Israel, in the past year or 2 years in Ukraine. How has the whole drone aspect been affecting this war, and how did it change the rules of the game?
Well, drones are a relatively cheap weapon system that countries can develop, especially countries like Iran or even Russia, that want to basically lob munitions against enemies and do it cheaply without risking any of their own people, for instance, you would with manned aircraft. So it basically creates a kind of instant air force, in a sense, not only for Iran and Russia, but also for all these terrorist groups like Hezbollah or Iranian militias in Iraq or the Houthis. So we've really seen how this is able to transform the rules of warfare. I mean, Israel, has the strongest military in the Middle East and probably the strongest air force. And yet Israeli skies over the last year have been basically invaded by drones from Lebanon, from Iraq. We see the air defense systems at work, and we see the drones penetrating. Hezbollah tried to use a drone to attack Netanyahu's house in Caesarea. We saw drones last night.
Successfully, by the way. So they actually reached his house, the bedroom, like literally.
Yes, exactly. I mean, and imagine how dangerous that is. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, right? I mean, this is a new technology in a sense, how it's being used. So the chances that this will transform warfare and give countries and terrorist groups the ability to strike deep into the heart of a country like Israel, possibly, is very, very scary and very problematic. And it means we have to invest, of course, huge sums of money to defend our borders and to create air defenses and laser air defenses to take them out.
Right. So, and is it obvious? I mean, we have proof that every single one of these drones has been built or funded by the Iranians from all the different fronts, or are some of them kind of being, duplicated by the other countries?
We certainly have proof that all the Iranian-backed proxies are using a blueprint from Iran. They're probably building most of it locally. So they may acquire technology, for instance, simple things like circuit boards or whatever, even from Western sources somehow smuggled in. So we know the Iranians have exported drones to Russia to be used in Ukraine, and these are large numbers. I mean, hundreds of thousands of these systems. Each system is larger than a person or bigger than two people, basically. I mean, it isn't massive, but it's an airframe, and it's relatively cheap compared to the way to defend against it, which is usually kind of expensive.
So, Yona, what does Israel want to do? If it had, as Daniel said, if we had the leeway and we had the possibility, what would the IDF and Israel, in the entire defense security establishment in Israel, do in Iran, or what extent of an attack can be taking place?
I honestly don't know. I think some people blame the fact that Israel didn't attack Iran's nuclear facilities on pressure from the Biden administration, But my understanding from following Netanyahu and the defense establishment over the years is that Netanyahu is tough, but sometimes he talks tougher than he's actually willing to go. Sometimes he's actually more cautious, takes longer to think about using force, especially where things are going to get very unpredictable in the region.
He likes blaming someone that the quote-unquote lefty that, 100%. Sabotaged it. Okay, interesting.
Yeah. So I do think that Israel is going to want to project that it is ready to attack Iran in order to try to get Iran to back off its nuclear program. And it could be interesting because, on one hand, the Trump administration, sort of said, or the Trump candidate said, go ahead and do it on October 26th. But I think once they're in office, they're going to try to be going for the maximum pressure campaign, the sanctions. And I think Israel will give that some amount of time. But the fact is, Russia and China, are they going to play ball with the sanctions in a post-Ukraine, Russia war world? I think that they won't. So the sanctions, even the most powerful sanctions that the United States can bring may not be able to do the job which they might have been able to do in 2018. And Trump, I think, also, thought he had a good chance at doing 2 consecutive terms. So there were some things they weren't doing at the end of his first term because they thought they'd do it in the second term. He only has 1 term now. There's a constitution in the United States. So I do think there could be some conflict between Israel and the United States at some point about whether to hit, what to hit. But definitely Trump will back Israel a lot more in general about the use of force, and certainly with Iran, than the Biden administration would have.
Right, but maybe I'll focus the question just for a short answer. So do you see a possibility of an attack on Iranian nuclear facilities or on the
Could
oil?
Absolutely happen. It could absolutely. And the oil, I don't think so, because the oil would really also be sort of shooting in the foot Israel's new allies. A lot of the Sunni Arabs and the EU, and it could harm other people, not just the Iranians. But the nuclear facilities, I think we could see it. I don't want to predict that it is going to happen, because I thought it might happen October 26th and then Israel didn't do it, but it could happen, and especially again because Israel knows now that it can do it. That's different than assuming that we think we can do it.
Okay. A lot of things you're not saying, but that's okay. We'll speak about it later. Daniel, so you have a perspective of many different countries that you advise and work with. And I'm wondering, do you see Israel and Ukraine as the same kind of place of foreign policy when it comes to the U.S. or different? Because Trump keeps on, speaking about peace, right? Peace in Ukraine, peace in Israel, Middle East, etc. And also there are those within his party who are promoting this separatist type of ideology of kind of America first. We don't have to invest financially in foreign aid. So is Israel and Ukraine, are they in the same category or in different categories?
It's a really good question. On the one hand, they're in different categories when it comes to support among Republicans and in Trump world. I mean, I think that there's pretty much, but not complete, support for Israel. There are some exceptions. I mean, there are pockets among the Freedom Caucus on the House side. There are, some questions, even though you have, Brian Hooks, in the administration or on the transition team. I mean, you also have some more libertarian-minded, folks who are also, part of the process. You have someone like Elbridge Colby, who is very much focused on China, and in the context of Ukraine makes the argument that we can't be supporting Ukraine because that detracts our attention from China. Even though you have, American allies in East Asia, Taiwan, South Korea, Japan saying, no, actually, we need the United States to support Russia and Ukraine, otherwise this will embolden China. I mean, so, at the same time, I've been saying that some of the same folks who have, started to abandon Ukraine here, could start to abandon Israel down the road. And that it's important that when we talk about, supporting our friends and allies, especially two countries that are facing what I call the Russian-Iranian alliance. I mean, one does not have to create a narrative here that is, sort of artificially generated. I mean, there are some common points here when it comes to Iran, when it comes to Russia.
And also the strategic, importance for the United States.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And so, look, I'd also make some partisan comments here. I think that there is a utility to bringing the Ukraine and Israel sort of matters together in terms of U.S. support for both countries, because Ukraine's got really robust support among Democrats and on the left, partly as a function of the outgoing Biden administration's policies. That's how the politics aligned.
Yeah.
Whereas Israel's got more robust support on the right. And so if we want to achieve bipartisan support for both countries here in terms of what U.S. national interests are in supporting both of them, I think that it would sort of behoove both the pro-Israel and pro-Ukraine communities here in the United States and Washington, D.C. to come together and focus on those common points of interest.
That's an interesting analogy there. You should write an op-ed about it for the Jerusalem Post. We'll have to talk about that.
Okay.
Seth, do you agree with this assessment about kind of drawing parallel lines between Israel and Iran? Sorry.
Basically, in
lines,
general,
I'm sorry.
versus all of these
lines between, I'm saying the parallel lines between Israel and Ukraine when it comes to the United States foreign policy.
I mean, I think it's clear that supporting friends all over the world is the same thing. You can't just say, let's support this one over here, let's abandon these over here. I mean, nature abhors a vacuum. So if you drop out of some area of the world, like if a big country like America drops out, the enemy will just jump in. So you have to do this just like in the Cold War. You have to defend each front in a different way, but in the same alliance system. That's Ukraine, democracies in Europe, the Baltic states, Scandinavia, Israel, friends in the Middle East and Africa, Taiwan, South Korea, India, Australia, what have you. I mean, they're kind of the same allies as the United States had in the Cold War. So things haven't changed that much. But I think that's how you confront adversaries and enemy regimes. And these enemy regimes, by the way, they openly work together. It's not a secret that China and Iran have a new 25-year deal. It's not a secret that Iran joined BRICS, which is part of the China-Russia economic alliance. So they are all working together. We have to work together against them.
Okay, so we're going to take final comments from all three of you. So, Yona, how do you feel that this U.S. election will affect the situation in the Middle East with regards to Iran, with regards to the region in general?
So Iran, I think, we've been clear. I think Trump is going to be more supportive of the Israeli position, whether it's using force, whether it's isolating Iran. Netanyahu and Trump are of very similar mind on Iran. Gaza is going to be interesting because, on one hand, Trump has sometimes said, Israel should, get the job done. On the other hand, he said, I think 4 or 5 times, he wants the war over fast.
Yeah.
So I think, if Netanyahu wanted to keep the war going for a much longer time, to put pressure on Hamas for a much longer time, I don't think he has that time. And I think he's going to feel more pressure from somebody like Trump to end it, ironically, than he would have from a Biden or a Harris. So I think Trump will say you have a small window, do whatever you need to do, but then it's got to end. And I think the same thing's going to happen in Lebanon. I think that there's a decent chance that all of this will be over by or around Inauguration Day, because if not, we've seen Trump did turn on Netanyahu a couple years ago, and that could happen again. And I don't think Netanyahu will take that chance.
Okay, Daniel, your assessment?
Well, I go, back to these sort of common points of interest and really common adversaries that Seth talked about. It's so obvious. I mean, it's so obvious that in both the context of Israel and Ukraine, that it is the Russians and the Chinese who are enabling Iran, and therefore enabling Iran's proxies. Sometimes not even using the Iranians as an intermediary, but in more direct fashion. So I fully expect that the Trump administration will go after these enabling actors. I think Trump himself is also going to get very frustrated with the Russians. I think he's going to go in, quite frankly, with good faith, wanting to talk to Vladimir Putin, wanting to talk to the Russians. I don't think that they have an incentive to do that, however, especially in the context of Ukraine right now, given the situation on the ground. I don't think that based on the commitment that they made to the Iranians that they have much of an interest in really talking when it comes to the Middle East either. So I'm doubtful. I think that's going to frustrate him. And I think that that's going to cause him...
we don't want Trump to be frustrated.
Well, I think they don't want Trump to be frustrated.
Yeah.
I think, quite frankly, some of us do want Trump to be frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to go in a very genuine way. He's going to become frustrated, and what that's going to result in is, going after sort of both countries, especially on the sanctions front, and in other ways that we haven't seen thus far, because the Biden administration has been too concerned. And this has been another sort of common point between Israel and Ukraine. The Biden administration has been too concerned about escalation in both Ukraine and Israel to allow our friends, our allies, to achieve what needs to be achieved. And so I think that we're really going to see that, especially with respect to China. And what's also going to enable that is the fact that the Biden administration, the Trump administration is going to have a very different energy policy domestically. What that's going to do is it's going to create a little bit more headroom to go after the Iranians on the energy front, to go after the Chinese for really being the principal, the only purchaser of Iranian exports at this point, maybe going after certain Chinese ports. There's a lot that can be done there, and I think the Trump administration is gonna do that.
Fascinating. Seth, final words?
Yeah, look, I mean, the October 7th attack on Israel was the first shot in a much larger war that is a war for the kind of current world order in the next few decades. And obviously the Russian invasion of Ukraine is part of that. So, Trump is going to come into office. Of course, he's going to want to see some wins. Trump wants to be a deal maker. He's going to want to make an impact, just like he did with the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem and Abraham Accords. Hopefully he can move some of those issues forward, like Saudi normalization, perhaps, or something. At the end of the day, as the other two guys said, he's going to be stuck with the same exact problems that we've seen over the last several years, and he's going to have to deal with them. And there's no magic wand to sort out any of these wars. They're going to continue in different ways over the next years.
Okay. With that optimistic note, Seth Frantzman, thank you so much to the three of you gentlemen for this fascinating conversation. It's going to be a very interesting time here with the new administration, and we'll see as time goes on who receives what position and see where this takes us. So thank you very much to the three of you, and we'll talk next time about positive news related to Iran. Positive for us.
We can just talk about the Abraham Accords.
No, we can talk about us attacking Iran.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now with us live via Zoom, we're joined by the Chief Rabbi of Ukraine, Rabbi Bleich. How are you?
Okay, great. How are you doing, Tzvika?
I'm okay. We're living during interesting times, and there's many news going on all the time. On the one hand, we have the wars in Ukraine and in Israel continuing. A new president is elected in the United States, Donald Trump, and we've been discussing kind of how that will possibly affect the relations with Israel, with Ukraine. What's your take on that?
You mean between the United States and Israel, and the United States and Ukraine?
Oh, United States and Israel, but also United States and Ukraine, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. One thing that I think is quite obvious is that Trump is coming in to his presidency much differently than he did the first time. He's coming in sort of, trying to hit the floor running, and he's getting stuff moving, and you're hearing, I think, much more responsible, let's say, announcements and stuff than the first time when he was, not experienced and maybe didn't know exactly what he was getting himself into.
He wasn't a politician. He didn't grow up in government. He was,
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going into the excuse. I'm saying the fact.
Yeah.
The observation. So his all of the statements that he made about Ukraine really opened a door I think for him, for Ukraine, for the United States, to really try and do something, the question is what he wants to do. I don't think that it's possible for him to make peace between Russia and Ukraine because the differences are so large. The divide is great. I think something much more realistic that may be possible is sort of a ceasefire to stop the killing of innocent civilians. Basically, if you see what's going on now, most of the attacks that Russia is doing are hitting, houses every single day. Many civilians are being killed in every single city that Russia attacks. And I think that's something that really should stop. There's also a lot of killing going on, obviously a lot of death on the Russian side. The soldiers, thousands, over 1,000 soldiers, some days close to 2,000 even, being shot, wounded, killed, taken out on the Russian side, which is also the whole thing is sort of senseless at this point because we don't know what Putin wanted, what he had in mind when he started this war, but it's obvious that he didn't destroy Ukraine as a state. He did cause a lot of damage and is causing a lot of death and causing a lot of suffering, but is that going to lead to what he thinks it will? And, what's the end game here? Mm-hmm. So I think that's something to really focus on. We try to get the killing stopped. And I think that he may be positioned if he's able to, like some of his people said, tell Zelensky either you sit down by the table or we'll stop giving you arms, and tell Putin either you sit down by the table or we'll give them all the arms that they need, because if Ukraine would get everything they needed and the ability to shoot into Russia, I think this war would be over pretty quickly.
Yeah.
We have seen that Western arms are by far superior to anything that the Russians have put out. And, it would be unfortunate to have to go that way. It makes much more sense. Just stop the killing now and then try and sit down by the table.
So, Rabbi Blake,
one of the problems that I, could just say as an observer, because we were invited by President Zelensky, the Council of Church and Religious Organizations, to observe the negotiations before this war, is that the Russians are professional negotiators. They could negotiate to death without saying anything or giving anything. Mm-hmm. They have a lot of years of negotiations that they could get under their belt.
So, Rabbi Blake, what's the situation of the Jewish communities in Ukraine? I mean, at the beginning, there was a lot of mobilization. Some people left, some people came back.
So, at the beginning of the war, a lot of Ukrainians left, including Jews, but a lot of Ukrainians, millions of Ukrainians left, and the Jewish community among them, especially the places that they thought Russia would come into. And we see that wherever Russia came in, they basically destroyed the cities, killed men, women, children indiscriminately. That's what was going on in Bucha and the other cities around Kyiv. And the same thing happened in the east, in Mariupol and the other cities. Basically, the Russians didn't have the goal of capturing the city as much as they had a goal of destroying the city and making it uninhabitable. So people left because of that. When the Russians pulled back, so many people came back. The Jewish communities are all up and running. No Jewish community has closed due to lack of interest. And most of the rabbis were back, and almost all the synagogues are working for sure on Shabbos and on the holidays. It's hard to say, though, that how many Jews came back and how much of it is new people that are coming to the synagogue. All of the communities in Ukraine are Kyiv communities, which are outreach communities and bringing in new people all the time.
Right.
So I can tell you that in Kyiv, in the community that I'm the rabbi of, there are a lot of new people. Really, really a lot of new people.
That's what I was going to ask. I assume a lot of people moved, and they may even stay.
Yeah, it depends where they are. I'm getting calls now from many Jews from Kyiv that went to places in Europe that are making Aliyah to Israel now. Mm-hmm. You're talking about 2+ years, almost 3 years down the road, and suddenly they see whatever. Let's not forget that Europe is sort of, especially some of the countries in Europe are not very hospitable for Jews, especially what's happening now.
Yeah.
The Amsterdam thing is just, it's a siman, not a siba. It's more of a sign of what's happening all over.
Not a reason.
It's not so much, it's not a reason. But the same, this is what's happening in England. Look at France. I would estimate that the Jewish population of France is down, tens of percentages since, in the last 6-7 years. I think that Great Britain is also going to have an exodus, because you see the amount of anti-Semitic attacks there, and a lot of other Western European countries are, people are going to be making Aliyah. Israel is going to be growing. That's why I'm in Israel now, trying to set something up here for Ukrainian immigrants.
Wow.
A place that they can, feel a community. When they come, they should come into a place that's, feels like home.
That's amazing. It's interesting how you went and became a rabbi in Ukraine, and obviously we hear your accent, you're American, and now you're also enabling Aliyah to Israel, immigration to Israel. I don't think, is this something you ever thought you would be doing?
1000%. I've been doing it since my day one almost.
Actually, that wasn't a very smart question, or whatever. But yeah, I mean, definitely, since you've been there, there's been a huge wave of Aliyah,
God,
but
thousands and thousands of Olim, from our community. So it's just that I think that the organization,
it's a new situation
it's important
now.
in Israel to create that communal infrastructure that when people come, they know where they're going. They have a synagogue to go to. They have a community center. They have a rabbi who speaks their language and understands their mentality, that they can continue being Jewish in whatever shape or form they were Jewish before.
Right.
Because
Israel, I think the
divisions
difference
are a little bit too.
I think the difference between those that made Aliyah, let's say at the beginning of the 90s, okay, and those making Aliyah now, because of the strengthening of Jewish identity and the amount of rabbis and Jewish communities that kind of were reestablished, and as you said, outreach communities, right? So now people who will move to Israel aren't looking for that secular Jewish life. They're looking for Jewish life the way they had it in Ukraine, and it would be very difficult to find if you don't create some sort of a atmosphere like that.
Well, it's true, yeah, because in the Ukrainian Jewish communities, all of the communities throughout Ukraine, every single one of them, nobody cares, initially when you come in, nobody asks you, are you religious? What do you keep? What don't you keep? Do you wear, a kippah? Do you don't wear a kippah? You can have, like I say, in one synagogue, guys with shtreimels, guys with a kippah sruga, and a guy without any kippah.
Right.
And they're all celebrating Hanukkah, Purim, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, or even Shabbos together, right? That's the nature of the diaspora, especially in the outreach communities, is that nobody asks questions. You just come if you're Jewish and you're part of the community. And I think if we created something like that in Israel, it would knock down those boundaries that are artificial boundaries that are dividing Jews. I think that it would go a long way in uniting the Jews in Israel as well. But I'm not looking to change the world. But I think that for at least the Ukrainian Jews that come here, they should have a place that they can feel that it's home. Like home. Again, I'm saying my motto is, be in Israel and feel like you're in Ukraine. Some people may not like that too much.
Yeah,
but that's the way it is.
You feel comfortable.
You make people feel at home and they feel comfortable.
100%.
Americans are trying to get a Ramat Beit Shemesh.
Okay.
Some of the communities, and some of them are quite successful.
Okay.
A lot of challenges, but there's a lot to learn from.
100%. So Rabbi Bleich, Chief Rabbi of Ukraine, now in Israel, trying to help Ukrainian immigrants to move to Israel. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for doing what you do. And hopefully we should be hearing good news about ending the war very soon, as well as ending the war in Israel. So
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for the entire Kyiv Jewish Forum, for everything that you're doing together with us on this. I think it's a great thing. It's a great forum. People can get to hear about one another in a very interesting way from different parts of the world. And in that way, you're also bringing us all together.
100%.
So
and thank you to Boris Loshkin for inventing this forum and for keeping it going. And hopefully you'll be able to go back physically. You'll be able to host us in Kyiv next year.
Yeah, and we say next year in Jerusalem, but you could say next year in Kyiv.
Next year in Kyiv, in a very specific way. Thank you so much, Rabbi.
Thanks a lot, Tzvika. Stay well.
Шалом з Вашингтона. Шановний Ребе, від імені Єврейської Конфедерації України та від себе особисто, дозвольте поздоровити вас із ювілеєм та 35-річчям діяльності в Україні. Завдяки ваш вагомий внесок у відродження та розбудову єврейського життя в Україні ми маємо можливість розвивати єврейську освіту, культуру, зберігати єврейські традиції та єврейську спадщину, якою так багата наша Україна. Дякуємо вам за ваш розум, мудрість, відданість і невичерпну енергію протягом усіх років на посаді головного рабина Києва та України. У 60 років життя набуває нового сенсу та нових фарб. Бажаємо вам душею завжди бути молодим і бадьорим, міцного здоров'я, більше життєвої енергії та сил, лише позитивних думок та приємних подій. А ще люблячих та рідних людей поруч. До 120 років активно та енергійно. Хай вам щастить! Dear friends, the 5th Kyiv Jewish Forum, which took place in Washington, has come to an end. I want to thank our partner, the Jerusalem Post, for helping to organize it. We met shortly after the US elections, the results of which were awaited all over the world and especially in Ukraine and Israel. I would like to thank our esteemed guests and speakers who took part in the discussions. The main emphasis today was placed on the importance of continuing and strengthening American support for Ukraine and Israel. The US is largely responsible for how effectively the world will resist the new axis of evil and how soon the long-awaited just peace will come to Europe and the Middle East. We also discussed the threat of growing antisemitism and the importance of uniting the Jewish diaspora in countering this evil. I would also like to separately thank our Ukrainian media partners, Новое Время, RBC Ukraine, Обозреватель, Telegraph, and Inter, who helped cover the events of the forum. And of course, I thank every viewer and everyone who followed the fascinating discussions today. See you at the next Kyiv Jewish Forum. I want to believe that we will hold it in a peaceful Ukraine and Israel. See you. Slava Ukraini! Am Israel High! God bless America!